All right, test. Looks like audio is working. Let me know if there's any bad audio in the chat. I think one of the last streams, unfortunately, was one of the last longer streams. I think I hit the mic wire below me, and we lost audio for like 10 minutes or something. So I apologize that was on one of the last late night streams. Anyway, hi Sarah, how's it going? I was actually just thinking about you, and we have not really covered much of St. Louis and eastern Missouri and the mid Mississippi Valley much this year. So I guess thankfully a little bit of a break. I feel like last severe weather season, almost every live stream, I think you were in a tornado watch, pretty much. So it was a pretty crazy year for the Mississippi Valley. Luckily, yeah, it's been kind of quiet, but yeah, I do see there are a ton of storms now that have gone up here in the afternoon with daytime heating across this area, St. Louis down to Fredericktown, Farmington, all the way down to about US 60. And then as I was getting the stream set up, we've had storms explode over north central Arkansas. If anyone watching has seen the latest forecast video I did 2 days ago, I think it was, this area has had a ton of rain over this week, with rounds of rain, maybe Monday, but definitely Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and I guess into yesterday too. So anyway, beyond the severe threat, this is a bit of an area in the Ozarks that have a bit of an enhanced flood threat, and you can see right now nothing too organized, mostly just wind with small hail. Yeah, this one has a little bit larger hail, the ping pong ball size. So we'll take a look at those storms in Arkansas. And then we have kind of a cluster of storms that developed across southeast Kansas. It's not moving very much. These storms are really slow movers. They're a little bit elevated. There's been a couple areas of rotation in the last hour or so, but it's mostly looks like elevated rotation. These storms out here are a little bit out ahead of any of the upper level jet stream energy, so they're just kind of bubbling up and floating around. We'll see if we get any kind of convective organization out of this cluster. So a little bit TBD on that. You can see we have a couple new severe thunderstorm watches. One covers areas around Rapid City in southwest South Dakota, western parts of Nebraska, and now into northeast parts of Colorado. The main event in the enhanced risk is likely in this area. You can see there's just a newly issued severe thunderstorm watch across central Kansas, north central Oklahoma, and south central Nebraska. And let's see, the first watch, the one for the high plains from the Dakotas down through Colorado, a couple of tornadoes are possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size, and scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour possible. So all hazards possible, especially large hail. We'll see. It's a little bit closer to an area of low pressure. But I do feel like a little bit the Storm Prediction Center maybe has the tornado risk a little bit too far to the northwest. The newest watch is a similar watch. It the details on this one for you. It also is a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size, widespread gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. So a little bit more enhanced wind threat down here. But I do think the area in central Kansas up to southern Nebraska and potentially down into northern Oklahoma is the best tornado risk or the most favorable tornado parameters today. So we'll see how things develop. Every severe weather event does develop slightly differently. So we'll see how it goes. Let me check. So while I was setting up the stream, the Storm Prediction Center put out their newest outlook. Yeah, we have a level 1 marginal risk up into parts of Montana, a large area of slight risk from the western Dakotas down through northeastern Colorado, and then all the way down to Wichita Falls, and then a marginal risk all the way down into the Big Bend region of Texas. Let me make sure that's centered. Yeah, that looks good for you. Let's see what they've done for the tornado risk. No, they haven't really changed it that much. It's still a 5% tornado risk in that brown color. And then they have done the CIG, the conditional intensity guidance, level 1 hatching, all the way down to about the Oklahoma border. The wind risk It stayed roughly the same too. Conditional intensity guidance there from parts of northeast Colorado across southern Nebraska and lots of central Kansas. This does extend down the dry line into the areas around Wichita Falls for some damaging wind gusts. And then you can see the bullseye there in central Kansas. This is a wind-driven enhanced risk today. And hail, kind of a marginal threat for hail, but we could see some larger hail, especially across some of those same areas. It's not going to be, I think, a giant hail day, but especially if storms do start to cluster quicker, we'll see a reduction of the hail threat. I am a little surprised. If I was doing this forecast, I'd probably, even though there are less tornado parameters, I probably would at least extend the 2% unhatched kind of down that dry line towards the Wichita Falls, the Altus area, just in case. There could be, if storms go up in that little more conditional area along and ahead of the dry line in western Oklahoma, they could be a little bit more discreet down to about that Wichita Falls area along the Red River. So, it's interesting. They've extended the wind threat down there with the hatching, 5% hatched for the significant winds. They've extended that hail threat down there, unhatched, but a little bit higher hail parameter chance. I'm just a little surprised they haven't extended the tornado risk just a little bit. I do understand there's a low pressure kind of featured right in here, probably right around the Kansas and Colorado border. So there's a little bit more spin in the atmosphere across eastern or central Kansas into southern Nebraska. There's an upper level low that's back here. And if the upper level low actually ejected from the Rockies, we would have a little bit higher end severe threat today. But because this upper level low is staying back over the Rockies, that's why the severe parameters aren't crazy high, because we just don't have as much dynamic upper level support. Although, again, we do have a surface low, and then back up closer to the Rockies, we have the upper level low. It's a bit of a cutoff low, so that's why it's not progressing. It's just going to kind of sit there the next, I don't know, 48 hours or so. Yeah, so you can kind of see that the reason is this area in kind of the eastern Texas panhandle down into western Oklahoma is a little bit cut off from some of those dynamics of both lows, the surface low and especially the upper level low.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And of course, as soon as we start talking about tornado dynamics, we get a tornado warning. So I was going to kind of do the overview since things were a little bit quiet. Yeah, Sarah, those, I would guess, especially these across the Mississippi Valley, these should die down, especially since they're far away from the low pressures and any of the severe dynamics. They should die down after sunset. Eastern Missouri today, as well as much of the southeast, expanding out very quickly here, is under just a general thunderstorm risk. So there's not really, at least for you guys today, at least much severe risk there. All right, so that's kind of my forecast and sense of things. Where did we get a tornado warning? I don't see it on here yet. Why don't I see it on here? Okay, Erie, St. Paul, and Stark, Kansas. Tornado warning there. It's the first actually in a couple days. The last tornado warning was in Ohio on May 27th. There it is. It just popped up. Okay, a little slow getting that going, but there's your tornado warning. This is one of those storms I mentioned at the start of the stream It's had a little bit of rotation, and let's get rid of the MRMS. Let's get to NextRad, and we'll take a look at this. This is going to be in eastern Kansas. It's a little bit lower populated area. We're getting radar out of Tulsa. Bit of a radar hole, but no problem there. Yeah, this is one of those storms that's just kind of a bubbler, but it has had some rotation kind of broadly for a little while. It's tightened up just a little bit. You can see kind of before the tornado warning was activated. Yeah, there is kind of broad rotation in here. We're right on the edge of that warning polygon, or the radar. There's maybe a better look out of the, is that out of the Springfield radar? Yeah, that's maybe a better look. We're seeing a little bit up into the storm. Let's see. And about 8,000 feet. So there's at least some decently strong mid-level rotation in here. There's winds going away from the radar and towards the radar in the greens. So the tornado would be sitting kind of right up in this little interface area. It's going to be tucked up in the rain and hail. So Erie, Walnut, areas on Stark, Kansas. Those are going to be your areas there. And I do want to say this is probably making fairly slow forward progress. Yeah, about 20 miles an hour forward progress. Radar indicated rotation. That is for northern Neosho County, southeast Kansas. Out of the Wichita office. We do have, oh wow, that camera changed quite a bit. As I was setting up the stream, that camera is under one of those severe warnings in Arkansas, and it was just getting absolutely hammered. Those storms have, yeah, pushed east of US 65. Let me check a couple of these just while we're down in here. No, not really much rotation, although this one may have a little bit of broad rotation in that along Arkansas 377 west of Marshall. So we'll keep an eye on both of those storms. Ping pong ball size hail, probably a potential there with both of those storms. And then you have a storm to watch that's west of the Little Rock Metro near Plainview, Arkansas. Some wind and hail in that cell right now. And then let's just real quick take a look for our viewers over in the St. Louis Metro. Yeah, none of this is this is all garden variety storms. May get a couple stronger cells or two. And those are slowly lifting towards the Mississippi River, so it starts to dry up a little bit. Okay, what are they doing? They're issuing a new tornado warning. It looks like they're going to shrink it down a little bit. They're going to drop Stark from that tornado warning, so it's going to be south of US 59 in the Stark area towards Erie and north of Galesburg. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. They've also upped that hail, moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Again, let's get that. Boy, that is. Yeah, the best look at it, I think, is out of that Springfield radar. Again, kind of a mid-level look, about 6,000 to 8,000 feet up. It was stronger just a few minutes ago, may have pulsed, but still seeing some broad rotation in there. It's going to be west of Erie, Kansas, near Rollin and Shaw. So if you're along, let's see, Kansas 146, out west of Erie, looks like north of Kansas 47, it's going to be that tornado warning continuing there. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail, again, that is for northeastern Neosho counties. And yeah, it is sinking east, actually more east-southeast. So it is kind of on a center line for Erie. Let's see, Lincoln, Nebraska. Yeah, I think most of the storms are going to be concentrated to the west of you guys. Lincoln may get some severe weather later tonight. Right now, you guys are in a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk. So yeah, much of the severe threat is going to be to your west and also to your southwest. And by the time things get to Lincoln, it should be more of a wind event. let's see, low end. Yeah, on the lower end, risk for severe wind. The hail stays back towards Hastings, Nebraska, and down towards Belleville, Kansas. And let's see, tornado risk also on the very low end, back towards Hastings. Here's a look at one of the later HRRR runs. So let's see, put this into motion a little bit. Storms have fired a little earlier than models suggested. So we're in the 4 o'clock hour. This is actually the 6 o'clock hour. And shows more of some of those storms across the Ozarks and into Arkansas. So things out here have fired a little bit quicker. But we're watching, and mostly for that severe watch in Kansas, is mostly in the next hour to 2 hours. We could get a couple supercells that go up west of Wichita, and eventually those will form into a cluster as that lifts to the north, and then also more storms towards sunset go up in the magic hour across southwest parts of Nebraska. So yeah, by the time this gets to Lincoln and into the Missouri River Valley down towards Kansas City as well, they should be starting to diminish in intensity. We could get some isolated gusts, damaging winds along the leading edge of these, but yeah, they should be diminishing by then. Low end tornado risk, very low end hail risk. Mostly, again, by the time it gets to the Missouri River Valley, just isolated damaging winds. So we have a narrow window for kind of that all hazards threat. It's really going to be soon after the storms initiate. That's where we could get the best chance for some really large hail and a tornado or two in a more isolated environment. And then models have gone back and forth showing some storms developing along the Red River. That's why if we do get any storms down there towards Vernon or Wichita Falls, there could be one or two that go big. And then the storms that are severe right now in eastern Kansas, the models actually want to diminish those somewhat, although there's still going to be kind of an isolated risk for a strong storm across western Missouri and much of Arkansas into the evening. And then let's see, residual outflow boundaries are going to be interesting tomorrow. Could have some stronger storms in central Missouri tomorrow morning. And even into the afternoon tomorrow around the northern Missouri, Kansas City area. Kind of a chaotic day with maybe some clusters of storms, some damaging wind. This is just one model run, so do take that for what it is. Generally, if I'm going to do a true forecast, I'm going to look at different models, different runs of the models, then kind of put together more of a distinct forecast. We're doing it live here, so it's a little bit different for forecasting, just based on that one model run, but it gives a kind of a general sense. I don't have any cameras in that specific tornado warning, but this is kind of looking at that cluster of storms if it loads. This is very rural Kansas out here. But still seeing that circulation. It's in here just approaching the areas around Erie, Kansas, just west of town. It's still kind of staying fairly, yeah, it's a slow mover. If 20 might be a stretch, it might even be more like 10 or 15. It's still basically general broad rotation in here between Shaw and Erie, Kansas, along Kansas Highway 146, and also just west of US Highway 59. That's your area of rotation, right in there. It's going to be kind of tucked up in that rain and hail core, so a messy storm. A lot of lightning with this. Outside of the tornado warning, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that covers portions of this area for observed 70-mile-an-hour winds. So we already have a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. This is for Wilson, Neosho, Woodson, and Allen counties. They have it moving east at 30. Yeah, I think 30 and 20 are maybe a bit of a stretch, but yeah, it's not really moving that much. The back end of this is fizzling a little bit. The central end where the tornado warning is kind of the strongest part of this cluster. And then there's actually new storms that have gone up on the eastern edge of this cluster. They are severe warned as well for hail and gusty winds. But yeah, if you're in that Erie, Kansas area, do prepare for severe weather. Regardless of any tornado risk, there's still broad rotation showing there. You have a larger risk for damaging winds. That's also headed towards the Walnut, Kansas area. Anywhere there along and really along 59. And it also includes the Stark area. You're just out of that tornado warned section, but you may get some heavier winds in there as well. This was another storm that was interesting earlier. Let me see if it still has any rotation in it. You know, when I was getting the stream going, it had a little bit more rotation. That has gusted out some. You can see it's more of an outflow dominant storm, so we're not seeing that tight red and green couplet anymore, but we are starting to see some damaging winds pushing out of this storm. This is just north of the Joplin and Carthage, Missouri area. Yeah, potentially some pretty significant winds in here above above that 60-mile-an-hour threshold in here. And we're not that far up in the radar. We're about 2,000 feet up, so that is a little bit more significant damaging winds. Just north of the Carthage, Missouri area, that's crossing I-49. And that's going to continue, that's around Carytown towards Maple Grove, Grays Point. Wouldn't be surprised if they kind of reorient this severe thunderstorm warning to cover more of that damaging wind risk. Yeah, it's starting to kind of surge out there too. Well, they've re-upped it, but not quite what I would have done, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's only moving at 20, so yeah, I guess that's about right. 60-mile-an-hour, quarter-size hail. Yeah, I still feel like I would have extended it out a little bit, but yeah. Missed opportunity there. I think they should have at least probably brought it a little closer to Carthage. North of, let's see, it's likely north of 97. What highway is this? Might not even be a highway. Might just be like a county line road. Although it does look like a highway, though. Yeah, I would have brought it down just a little bit towards the Alba area through Carytown. Maple Grove, Missouri, you want to stay in your safe, sturdy structure there away from windows. You're going to have some pretty gusty winds coming your way. Yeah, this cluster is kind of not our main event, but our most severe storms it looks like right now. That storm west of Little Rock kind of fizzling. Looks like they're going to drop that warning. New warning, though, for this cell. This is that cell that is in northern Arkansas around Magic Springs. And yeah, ping pong ball size hail. It's for Stone, Searcy, Newton, Van Buren, and Pope counties. Moving southeast at 25. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of elevated rotation. It is a little bit of a supercell, which you need a supercell and that strong updraft to have the larger hail core anyway, but it's not really tornadic right now. Keep an eye on this as it sinks towards 65, Fairfield Bay, and right now it's in the rural northern Ozarks, but approaching areas around Clinton, Arkansas. We'll keep an eye on those storms. Eastern Kansas, right now it's only the cluster of storms in eastern Kansas, southeast Kansas. You're in the Kansas City area. Yeah, things are quiet now across eastern Kansas, Kansas City, Lawrence, up towards Seneca. You're in good shape. Same for Nebraska, all the way up to Lincoln. The I-29 corridor from Omaha down to Kansas City looks clear for now. And then there's a scattered amount of storms in this other watch area, but many of them are below severe limits. There is a storm along US 20 that does have a bit of a severe threat there. It's going to be for Dawes County in western Nebraska, near Chardon, Nebraska, moving north at 15. It's like ping pong ball size hail potentially in that storm. And then there are new storms in our severe weather watch area in Kansas. They're not super organized right now. Quarter size hail 60 near La Crosse, Kansas. And then quarters and about 60-mile-an-hour gusts bound towards Zenda, Harper, areas along 160 south and west of Wichita. Keep an eye on that cluster. Yeah, they're just kind of going up and going severe warns. And they're moving more north-northeast. At the moment. So those are storms to watch there. A couple other storms near Enid. This is a camera on US 65. It's in this severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll keep an eye on this one. This storm definitely means business. Yeah, southeast of 25 ping pong ball size hail still. But definitely that storm is one to keep your eye on up here in the Clinton area. In north central Arkansas. A new warning there west of the Little Rock Metro near Casa, Perry, and Houston, Arkansas. Yeah, it's going to be northwest of Little Rock. We'll keep an eye on those two. Back to our only tornado warning right now. This is near Erie, Kansas. Kind of a disorganized cluster of storms that have tried to organize a little bit more rotation. Yeah, it was stronger earlier. It was tighter and brighter a little bit ago. Still seeing broad rotation in here. It's crossing the area right around Erie. But yeah, it was much tighter back by Shaw, and especially when it got tornado warned near Rollin. In fact, in the latest scan, it kind of dropped off even more. So how long does this tornado warning go? And it goes another 25 minutes. We'll keep an eye on it between Erie and Walnut, Kansas. That is a continuing tornado warning there for Neosho County, Kansas. Yeah, the cell over Erie right now, moving south and east at 25. This is the other cell that a while back had some broad rotation in it. It's more of a damaging wind risk right now. And in fact, seeing even more damaging wind, I think, in this storm. Yeah, potentially some 65 to 70 mile an hour gusts in here. Surprised they haven't updated this to a more considerable threat warning there, which they did upgrade the considerable threat for Newton, Pope, Searcy, Stone, and Van Buren counties in Arkansas for that large hail and gusty winds coming generally towards this camera above me. You can see there also our ticker there above me, even further above me. 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning right now, and it's about 4:20 in the central time zone. So we've done some redesigns this week with a little bit of break in the severe weather for the streaming redesign. So just a little bit cleaner look. Hopefully you guys like it. And it looks like they're going to drop that tornado warning, which I agree with. Sometimes you'll see different warnings. Different offices have different theories. Some will just keep the warning and let the storm just kind of ride out or let the warning expire. And others are a little more proactive to drop tornado warnings when there's no longer a tornadic threat. I kind of agree more with that secondary idea of actually dropping a tornado warning when it's no longer a tornado warning threat. We were just kind of analyzing this. There's still some very weak, broad, mid-level rotation, but especially since we're looking up in the storm a little bit, rotation here at the mid-levels would have to be stronger to produce a tornado at the lower levels. So that no longer a tornado threat right there around Erie. But we'll keep an eye on that storm that does have potential there for ping pong ball size hail, 70 mile an hour wind that has been observed by trained spotters. So continue to stay in a sturdy structure. Erie over to Walnut, to Arma and Frontenac, Kansas. There's the warning that I was talking about earlier that I would have stretched out the last time they upgraded the warning. But okay, it's finally there. That's almost exactly the warning I would have drawn out, as I said earlier. So South Greenfield, Pennsboro, and areas just to the north of Carthage, Missouri. That is around Carytown. Severe thunderstorm there. 60 mile an hour winds. Quarter-size hail. Strangely, they did not update the wind risk, but there is some gustier winds, probably than 60, pushing into that kind of bulging area of the storm. So towards Golden City, Lockwood, Missouri. If you're up here on Golden City south on 37, and then Lockwood south on 97. Those are the areas there that have some pretty big severe threat. Oh, I was trying to find this road the last time we looked at this storm, which is interesting. This road right here looks like to be Missouri Highway U. I zoomed in on it, and finally, right there is Missouri Highway U. Yeah, if you're in Carthage, north of Highway U, or anywhere there east of Carthage towards La Rochelle, and some of those areas, I would just be in a sturdy shelter away from windows. Okay. That works. Changing a couple settings there. Yeah, the heaviest part of that storm is pushing into Dade County, Missouri. That is that area around Lockwood. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. Let's just check again for any... The hail is not the main threat. I think it's more of the damaging wind risk. A lot of lightning with that storm, too. Still seeing those storms moving north-northeast. They're still upscaling, trying to organize little cluster storms there into southeast Kansas or south central Kansas. The storms also to the west, kind of west central Kansas, have organized a little better. They're now south of Brunel, Kansas, along Highway 96. Let's take a look and see here. Not much in the way of rotation, but there's definitely some gusty winds in this storm, especially along and south of 96, west of Rush Center. Continue to take measures there to stay safe, away from windows, in a sturdy structure. Ness, Trego, Pawnee, and Rush counties in west central Kansas. Those are just ahead of the dry line. You can see the dry line set up there along the radar site. Yeah, dry line is right in there. From basically from this is Dodge City. Yeah, from Dodge City up to around the Utica area. That's the dry line. And they're extending that risk there for the ping pong ball size hail. A couple other isolated hailstorms there. One crossing from Colorado, northern Colorado, into Kimball County in extreme western Nebraska. And then the other one, this is north of Chardon, Nebraska. Half dollar size hail. A little bit of rotation in there, but yeah, it's elevated supercell with producing half dollar size hail at least there. And a big cluster storms up through western parts of South Dakota around the Sturgis area, Newcastle, Hot Springs. Keep an eye on those storms too. All right, back to Arkansas, the other kind of cluster of storms. Let me just double check. No other severe warnings. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a random severe warning out of the southeast. There's more storms across the southeast today, but just most of them are below severe limits. Yeah, there's a number of storms across northern Florida, central Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. None of those are particularly feisty right now. Yeah, along the Florida Panhandle and across much of Alabama, there's just a isolated, scattered amount of storms. Those kind of stretch up into the Mississippi Valley. Other non-severe storms there: Farmington, Perryville, down through the Boot Hill, Missouri, into areas in western Tennessee. I think Nashville might be getting a pretty heavy storm at the moment, especially the north sides of Nashville. Whoa. Nope. All right. It must not be a real community. Let's see. That one works. Ooh, sorry for jumping back and forth. Okay, yeah. There's Leslie, Arkansas. So this camera is at Peyton Creek. I believe it must not be a town name, but it must be that creek right there. Okay, so yeah, this is near this considerable threat supercell in Arkansas. Stone, Searcy, and Newton counties. Considerable threat severe thunderstorm continues there. That is over the Bohannon area, 9 miles southwest of Marshall, moving southeast of 25. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. believe that's our largest hail warning today for the golf ball size hail. Some gustier winds in there along 27. Yeah, it's sliding just south of Marshall. Marshall, though, you do have more storms to your north and west. Those are less of a severe risk right now. Still some gustier winds in those. And it looks like they're actually dropping the warning for those around the Marshall area, which I concur with. Those have come down around St. Joe, Big Flat, approaching areas around Marshall. Mostly this storm, which is maintaining itself pretty good there as it approaches those areas in Van Buren County, about to cross into Van Buren County around the areas north and west of Clinton. So yeah, it's going to be less of a concern for Searcy County, more of a concern here for Van Buren County. And a couple of these other counties are in the warning polygon, but not really as much of a risk back. That's for Newton County, near the Richland Creek Wilderness area. Still some lightning up in there, but the hail risk has moved to your south and east. And then still watching some isolated storms across the Little Rock area. I may get some stronger storms there too. Let's move back, kind of continue back to the north and west. We'll just keep stepping back. This is still a dangerous storm. They have upped this to a 70-mile-an-hour wind. Yeah, we saw this quite a few minutes before they've expanded the threat here. So it was probably producing that 65 to 70-mile-an-hour winds a little while ago. But yeah, about 10 minutes ago, they did update it finally. 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail near Garden or Golden City. That is still moving east at 30. Yep, that is a good accurate warning there around the Golden City area. It's paralleling Missouri Highway 126 and about to also parallel 160, US 160 towards Pennsboro, South Greenfield, Pilgrim, and those areas there along Highway K and north of Highway C, Maple Grove, Grays Point, over towards Newkirk. And we got to zoom in to see this city, Miller. Pretty small communities in this part of southwest Missouri. You can kind of even see in the reflectivity, that big surge, it kind of bulges out as that storm kind of went up and surged out there. There's also some storm interaction. A little storm has gone up on its eastern flank. We'll see how it kind of incorporates this storm. That storm itself has its own little pocket of gusty winds in there along 160 to the west of South Greenfield. Other storms in western parts of Missouri, Montevallo, Jericho Springs, those are non-severe. Then back into Kansas, Fort Scott, down to Frontenac. They've trimmed up the warning a little bit to include just that area that's east of Erie. This was the tornado warning storm earlier, looking a lot less tornadic, mostly a damaging wind risk, although that looks like it's come down a little bit. They've also decreased the hail risk. So that storm may have kind of peaked. And you can see it was much a beefier of a storm a little bit ago west of Erie. This is at 4:10, so it was about 20 to 25 minutes ago. This was a tornado warning storm with a decent sized hail core as well, and gusting out to about 70-mile-an-hour winds. That has significantly decreased. We'll keep an eye on it though as it continues to work east-southeast, especially towards the areas around Mulberry, Girard, Kansas, and areas there around Frontenac and north of Pittsburgh. All these storms, whether they're severe or not, have a decent amount of thunder and especially the lightning threat. So do keep that in mind if you have outdoor plans here in eastern Kansas. Okay, they're just re-upping that considerable threat, basically trimming off some of those same areas I just mentioned. But Clinton, Arkansas, in Van Buren County, especially northern and western Van Buren County, that's where the main threat is for this cell, as it's about to cross into the Van Buren County area, south of St. Joe, south of Marshall, in extreme southern Searcy counties. Golf ball size hail threat continues there. Yeah, that's going to be your hail core, just near the Welcome Home, Arkansas area to just west of K, Arkansas. And that's showing up pretty consistently in the ZDR as well as in correlation coefficient. So that gives us a pretty good indication that there's some larger hail kind of in this cluster right in there. And we can also see that on the reflectivity as well. As that storm closes in on the US 65 corridor, we'll get a better look at it. You can see the darker clouds on the kind of the very top of the screen there on the camera above me. Make sure that one is still, yeah, it is still live. I haven't seen a car in a while. That's okay. Yeah, there goes a car right there. That storm is just a slow mover, so it's not quite to this camera yet, but it is getting darker there on the horizon. Again, this is a pretty remote and rugged area in some of the higher terrain in northern Arkansas and the Ozarks. So it's a little bit hard to see the distant storms. Unlike out in Kansas, where they're a little easier to spot. Here's a look. This is just south of Pittsburgh, Kansas. You can see the darker clouds on the horizon line there. That's looking towards that cluster of previously tornado-warned storms. We do have a pretty good camera network all over. This is Oklahoma at the Oklahoma-Texas state line. Winds are picking up there, gusty winds. But we are watching western Oklahoma along the dry line. We'll see if anything fires there. Right now looks pretty sunny. And then also watching areas around the Red River, especially Wichita Falls, and just west of Wichita Falls around Vernon, Texas. Keeping an eye there. Things are dry. Looks a little bit, yeah, it just kind of has that little bit of a cloudy, overcast, muggy kind of look to it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
There we go. Get some cameras loaded up there for the Wichita area. Getting a little darker in Wichita. But yeah, any of these storms here west and south of Wichita could have some $half to quarter-size hail in pockets, and then some gustier winds also in those pockets. Have they done anything different for those storms? No, same for those. We're watching that one little hook kind of feature there with a little bit of rotation near Roselle, Kansas. And then a newer storm that's gone up just north of Dodge City. We'll keep an eye on that one near Jetmore. So keep an eye on all those areas. And then we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning in the other severe thunderstorm watch. Adjusting a couple different settings there, but yeah, this still has some pretty good hail in it. This one, ping pong ball, maybe even a little more golf ball size hail with some gusty winds there in western and southwestern Kimball County, coming up toward Bushnell, Nebraska, along I-80. Yeah, along I-80 and US 30. That one's a pretty nasty storm. And then other storms in northern Colorado, they're kind of lifting away from the Denver metro. Yeah, they're lifting east of I-25 now. So near Greeley, up towards Wiggins, and then north towards the Pawnee grasslands. It does look like most of the severe threat there in Colorado will stay north of Denver and east of I-25 in northeast parts of Colorado. Still kind of disorganized, but there is kind of an arc of storms. We'll see if this kind of forms more of a organized convective system that some of the models kind of showed, but kind of the arc of storms, it's going to keep lifting up across Kingman County and then eventually into Sedgwick County, southwest Sedgwick County. That is the county seat there, or the county home of Wichita. Right now, it looks like the main severe threat right now is going to be south and west of Wichita, but we'll see that severe threat kind of expand across the areas there around Sedgwick County. And this is a storm to watch. This is one of those areas that along the Red River there around Childress down to Vernon and back towards the Wichita Falls area that are a little bit interesting area that could support a couple, maybe not even a lot, but maybe just one or two severe storms, but they could be on the feistier side. There's a look out of the areas around Childress, Texas. That storm is going to be on the left of that camera. You can kind of see a little bit of the darker clouds just on the very edge of the screen. But it is generally lifting towards the Childress area, so we'll get a better look at this storm as it gets a little bit closer. That camera is positioned just to the west of Childress along Highway 287. Because it looks along 287, it looks to the west-northwest. So that storm would be kind of coming perpendicular to that camera perspective, but that's a decent shot. We'll see what that storm looks like in a little while as well. And then they've dropped, it looks like all of the warnings in Arkansas right now. They've dropped the warning near Perryville and along I-40 towards Plummerville. Obviously, the storms across the Little Rock area, they're kind of pulsing down at the moment. So no need for warning there. And the hail core has come down on this cell near Copeland. That was approaching the Clinton area. It's also decreased in size a little bit. It's interesting that the sun has come out a little bit on this camera. Still seeing some of the darker clouds over the mountainside there, but yeah, that storm has come down in intensity a little bit. Just south of Leslie. And we actually might miss some of the storm on that one. So let me reposition. There's a better look at that storm. You can also see the swollen rivers and creeks. This is that same area that's had a lot of heavy rain the last couple days. So an area that, even though this is not a severe storm right now, doesn't need any more rain, even if it's a ½ inch an hour rainfall rates. That storm is still one to keep your eye on. And then they have continued a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning for Polk, Greene, and Dade counties in southwest Missouri. They've increased the speed to about 40 miles an hour. Penny-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still a nasty storm. It is going, it looks like, to the north of the Springfield Metro, Pilgrim, Pennsboro, to Walnut Grove, Fairplay, and Morrisville. But yeah, still seeing some pretty nasty wind in here. 58. At least in there. It's come down maybe a little bit, but still seeing 65, 67. And yeah, pockets towards Fiddler's Ford, about 66, just south of Greenfield in Dade County. Yeah, that storm was maybe just a little bit punchier back here, producing those 70-mile-an-hour winds along 126 and 160. You can see it's surging out. It's definitely surging out. But yeah, still a nasty, nasty storm. You want to be inside, away from windows. A lot of lightning with the storm. Lockwood, Pennsboro, over towards Walnut Grove, Mooresville. And surprised they kind of pushed it a little bit north. it's still moving a little more east-northeast rather than true northeast. So I do think also Willard, you need to be kind of prepared for a severe storm there. Willard to the Bois d'Arc conservation area. New warning here. This is in northeast Colorado, in that cluster north and east of Greeley, Colorado. See there along Colorado Highway 14. Some pretty decent hail signature in there. Wouldn't be surprised if that's producing at least about $half size hail in that cell. Oh, and wow, that just like flared up. Yeah, wow, that was like 10 minutes ago. Bam. Wow. Okay, I didn't think I missed it. I thought, I just looked in this area and there wasn't much going on. But yeah, that's a new storm, newly severe warned, and being warned for quarters. Probably has at least $half to even a little bit larger hail in it. And then they have extended this warning out for lime-sized hail. This is going to be for those areas in Kimball County, Nebraska, Bushnell, areas there along US Highway 30, and then I-80 in southwest Nebraska. That includes Bushnell and the town of Kimball, Nebraska. That's going to continue moving to the north-northeast. I want to see if they've increased the speed at all there. No, still moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. And it looks like we're getting a new tornado watch, so that's going to be interesting. New tornado watch reports of northwest Kansas and western Nebraska. It's going to be for those areas east of Chardon, over towards Valentine, Nebraska, down to Broken Bow, Ogallala, North Platte, and McCook, Nebraska, and then down through Hayes Center and Oberlin, Kansas. It looks like right now it includes only one county in Kansas, that county around Oberlin. Yeah, Decatur County, Kansas includes you guys. It'll continue to fill in these the gaps in here, but that goes. It's a few tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to apple size likely, and scattered gusts up to 75 miles an hour possible. That goes until 11 p.m. in the Central Daylight Time. We don't have many storms in this area at the moment. There is a newer storm that's going up on the Colorado state line with Nebraska. So we will keep an eye on this storm that's going to be north of Hagler, Nebraska. But yeah, new tornado watch.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
They're going to continue that flash flood warning for the Dawes County storm in Nebraska around Chardon. Storm may be weakening just a little bit. There's a little bit of an outflow boundary in there too. And yeah, continuing to see weakening across the storms in central parts of Arkansas. And we'll keep an eye on you guys too. Getting a little bit darker progressively across the Wichita metro. Most of those strongest part of the storms are staying to the west right now. Pretty Prairie over towards Turin, Kingman down to Zenda, and then areas around Norwich, Conway Springs, down to the Oklahoma border, Grant County, Oklahoma. Yeah, we'll see if those get pushed closer into Wichita. They are moving to the northeast, especially kind of the eastern edge of this cluster could work up across the Wichita metro. But especially if you're from the airport west in Sedgwick County, that's where more of the immediate threat is, or the closer threat for severe weather. There's not super organized cluster to this, but there are pockets of some hail. One in there, probably just west of Norwich. That might be one of the stronger cells. And then one down close to the Oklahoma border there. Yeah, just right in there, just north of Grant County, Oklahoma. So we'll see how these continue to develop. You can see this is the last 30 minutes. And they're still kind of progressing in an arc to the northeast. Same for this cluster of storms. This strongest storm has now crossed just west of Hays, Kansas, and areas around Victoria, back through Rush County and Pawnee counties around Roselle. This had a little bit of rotation in it earlier. It doesn't look like it's as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Yeah, it tried to kind of establish a little bit of a hook with rotation on it. Kind of lifted back up into the storm, but it's still maybe trying to develop now a new hook on the southern flank near Roselle. So we'll continue to watch it, especially north of Highway 156. That's going to continue pushing towards Ash Valley, up towards La Crosse, Kansas, and Rush County, and then eventually up towards I-70 Hays, over towards Victoria, and eventually towards Russell. Yeah, and storms have definitely increased in coverage across this area, northeast Colorado, extreme southeast parts of Wyoming, and southwest parts of Nebraska. Any of these could produce some hail, at least in here, in these brighter purple colors, quarters to $half size hail at least. This one in Kimball County, Nebraska, still being warned for lime-sized hail. And surprised a couple of these other cells don't have at least severe thunderstorm warnings for some of that quarter-size hail. And then this is our other warning that we're kind of continuing to watch around Chardon, Nebraska, and points just to the north of there along US 20 and US 385. Still seeing rain coming down. There's been about 2.5 inches of rain in this area of Nebraska, with still more on the way. Yeah, those storms aren't moving that much, as well as just kind of a big cluster of storms, not severe right now, into western parts of South Dakota. So we'll keep an eye on all those. Hey, Colorado Clouds, how's it going today? Finally talking about some severe weather in Colorado here, especially northeast Colorado right now. Seeing a general uptrend in these storms east of I-25, north of Denver. Staying out over the high plains of kind of northeast Colorado right now. A couple other storms east of Denver. We'll keep an eye on those, but the more of the severe threat is going to be in this area in northeast Colorado. And that storm that I thought looked a little bit suspicious, upscaling, has now gotten warned. This is in parts of Colorado or parts of Wyoming. Yeah, southeastern Laramie County and west central Kimball County. Although that isn't really moving towards Kimball County. That's actually moving kind of a split off from it. It's moving more towards the north, so it may not even get into Nebraska. That might stay in portions of eastern Wyoming. Yeah, I think most of this should be north of you guys. Yeah, you guys are in some really dry air in Colorado Springs right now, about 14 on the dew point. Yeah, so this is more of a threat for northern Colorado. Let's take a look at this cell again. This is a cell that's in our newest tornado watch area. Probably close to being a severe warning cell. This is in extreme southern parts or southwest parts of Nebraska. Approaching areas north of Hagler, Nebraska, and basically riding the Nebraska-Colorado state line right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this has at least 1-inch hail in it now. It's a new cell. It's just gone up in the last hour or so. Yeah, you can see an hour ago it was just a tiny little blip. And especially within the last half hour, that's when it's really gone up from more of a cohesive thunderstorm. It does have a little bit of rotation on that southern and eastern flank. A little bit of an inflow notch in there. So we'll keep an eye on this cell. Looks like it's going to stay mostly to the east of US 385 and potentially south and west of Champion, Nebraska. Probably getting close to at least severe thunderstorm criteria. Looking back at Wichita, we still have a big cluster of storms. Pockets of wind, pockets of hail. Looks like we have had observed ping pong ball sized hail. Trained weather spotters just 5 miles east of Kingman. That's going to be, I think, this main cell. Okay, it was the cell that's gone up. Looks like east now. Now around Pretty Prairie. Maybe this little hail corn here. This is kind of the main cell right now near Belmont. I wouldn't be surprised if that's producing at least half dollar size hail. Yeah, this whole cluster is kind of still organizing, and not everybody's going to see the same type of weather or the same type of storm. Still seeing this considerable threat, severe thunderstorm approaching the areas to the west of the Springfield, Missouri metro. It has come down in intensity a little bit as this is pushed east of Lockwood, Missouri. And we're not seeing those brightest blue colors anymore. Those are pushing 70-mile-an-hour winds a little bit ago. Still pockets in here, but that is starting to kind of surge out a little bit. Still some pockets in here near South Greenfield, Pilgrim, Everton, Pennsboro, along Highway 39, just near Greenfield in Dade County. Yeah, but not quite seeing, potentially 60 to 65. I don't know if we're seeing those 70-mile-an-hour winds anymore. And then they have expanded that. It's kind of a little bit more disorganized than it was earlier. Now this southern part of the storm has flared up a little bit. Even though it's outflow driven, there's a little bit more of a wind threat in this part of the storm as well. This is going to be near Grays Point and Red Oak, north of Highway U, and also north of 44 in western Missouri. We'll keep an eye on that one. The storms in eastern Kansas have really died off. This was a tornado warned cluster of storms a little bit ago. They're still pushing into the Missouri state line around Frontenac, Kansas. Let me see if there's any more gusty winds in there. Not really. So mostly just thunder and lightning and some heavy rain across those areas. And yeah, we've also seen the cells come down in intensity across Arkansas. One newer warning that is a interesting warning there near northern Florida, near Marineland and Flagler Beach. We'll keep an eye on these areas. A little bit of rotation actually in there. Interesting little cell. It's crossing Florida 100 right now, west of Flagler Beach and near the Palatka, Florida area. Yeah, that's an interesting cell. Actually, let me look at this again. Yeah, there has been a little bit of rotation in that cell. All right, that other cell in western Nebraska that we were just kind of diagramming, they have added a severe thunderstorm warning to that. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that was that cell that just went up north of Hagler, Nebraska, and approaching areas in Chase County, Nebraska. Newer warning there. And then, yeah, this is a little bit of a nasty cluster now into eastern parts of Colorado. It's not moving much, so that's also a little bit of a danger for flash flooding. But still seeing some strong storms along Colorado Highway 14 east of Greeley. And let's see, is there any near the Pawnee National Grassland? And it's south of Grover, Colorado. And then this other cell east of Hillsdale in Wyoming, Kimball County in Nebraska. That's approaching I-80 around Bushnell and Kimball, Nebraska. That one's still being warned for ping pong ball size hail, ping pong to golf ball size hail. Previously, it was warned for lime sized hail. Hey, Stones, how's it going today? No, you guys are okay in Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City's still looking clear. Most of the severe action right now is out towards Wichita, and then much further west out towards Hill City, Hayes, and Stockton, Kansas. And then also a couple clusters of stronger storms into southeast Kansas, now pushing into western Missouri, southwest Missouri. But you guys are good. You may get some storms later across the Missouri Valley from Omaha down to KC, 10 to midnight kind of time frame. But by then, likely just an isolated wind risk. We may not even get much larger hail reports than we've already seen because some of these storms have already kind of clustered together a little quicker than some of the models showed. A couple models showed more, starting as maybe a couple discrete cells and then clustering together. We're already seeing that clustering take place, so we'll see if we get any larger hail for now. Still could get some larger hail out here, though. There's a discrete cell into southwest parts of Nebraska, just north of Hagler, kind of right along the Nebraska and Colorado state line, just south of Champion. That's in Chase County, and areas around Dundee County, Nebraska, and then some other hailers out here in eastern parts of Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle around Kimball and Bushnell. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these storms in here in Colorado, Grover down to Highway 14. Are there any communities out here? Briggsdale, very small. If I gotta zoom in that far, it's a pretty small little community, but yeah, those areas there could have some quarters to $half size hail. And continuing those warnings there around Albert, Olmutz, up to the Russell area, Russell, Kansas, along I-70, Victoria, over towards Hayes, Kansas. Seeing kind of this arc of storms continue to work towards the I-70 corridor, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, to maybe half-dollar size hail there around Ash Valley. This is an interesting time lapse out of Augusta, Kansas. You can see the what kind of starts as originally some partially cloudy skies with some building cumulus clouds. You can see that really upscales pretty quickly into some pretty dark clouds there and some overshooting tops, and definitely showing those storms off to the west of Augusta, Kansas. And going back even earlier in the day, just you see the real mix of sun and clouds there, some high clouds, and then starting to see a little bit of cumulus development there, especially southwest on this camera. But yeah, getting darker now. That checks out. That's kind of a little bit of a sky view of what we see more on the street level view there out of, this is Seneca and 235 in the Wichita Metro. Still re-upping that warning there in Kansas around Pawnee County and Rush County, Kansas. Yeah, let's check our little cell around Childress. This is a little bit more of a conditional risk along the dry line. You can see that cell still kind of sitting off to the west side of this camera perspective, but yeah, those cells are still just sitting south and west of Childress. They've not really trended up. It's actually working more towards the east a little bit now. It was more northeast. But we'll continue to watch that small cell. There's another cell that has gone up like in the last couple minutes near the I-40 corridor south and east of McLean, Texas. Keep an eye on this guy too. These are basically right along the dry line. Yeah, 61 dew point at Childress, 69 at Vernon, Texas. So as they get a little bit further towards the east, it gets into a little bit more favorable environment. It's, let's see, 52 in Canadian County, Texas, 49 dew point at Pampa, Texas. And then it dries off very quickly along behind the dry line. Only about 25 dew point at Amarillo, and then 20 back towards areas around Lubbock. So yeah, it gets a lot drier to the south and west. And then you can kind of see where the dry air kind of surges to the north, but right in here, this is kind of your dry line. Looks like right in there. 60s and 70s dew points for much of those areas in the watch areas, and then 60s to mid 60s in the western parts of Nebraska, 50s to near 60 in that other area, eastern Wyoming, up into extreme western Nebraska and the Panhandle. And then kind of across the northern Colorado area, marginal dew points in the mid to lower 50s. But back towards Colorado Springs, it really dries out. And even back towards Boulder and Denver and Fort Collins, only dew points in the 30s there. So that gets really dry relatively quickly across Colorado. And yeah, it appears like our surface low is kind of right in this area too. And that's drawing some of this moisture, some really Gulf moisture actually up to the north and northwest across this area. There's also an upper level low back up there that's drawing some moisture up. We have a little bit of a surface low. Still kind of hanging around eastern Colorado, basically the Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas border there. They have now warned that cell that we were just looking at there around Childress, Texas. Under 50-mile-an-hour winds, but already being warned for 1-inch hail. Radar indicated 1-inch hail. Yeah, that echo top is coming up about 41,000 feet. So starting to see a growing thunderstorm there. It has kind of maintained itself, but yeah, just in the last couple scans, those echo tops have come up a little bit. So yeah, that's going to be a warning there into areas there around, I don't know, south of Childress, Texas. Yeah, Childress, Texas is in the warning polygon, but it's going to be close, but most of this may go to your south in Childress. Not sure there's much out here south of Childress, Texas. Colleyville, areas along Texas Highway 1440, and areas especially south of Childress along Highway 62 and 83. Pretty rural land out there, but Childress, Cottle, and Hall counties in the Texas Panhandle. We'll keep an eye on those storms. There's a look about 524. You can see there 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, no tornado warnings. We've covered one tornado warning in eastern Kansas. That storm has gone below severe limits. Yeah, that storm crossing into areas around Pittsburgh, Kansas, Frontenac, into Liberal, Missouri, and approaching Nashville, Missouri. But that storm is going to continue working towards the east in kind of a rain-cooled environment from those severe storms that have pushed off to the east there. So it's going to continue to kind of be a bit of a struggle for that storm. Some good news here in the Springfield area. They've backed that severe warning down to quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not seeing as much in the way. Well, start to back that warning up. I thought this storm was dying off too. This is when we looked at it just a few minutes ago. We weren't seeing those blues like we saw earlier, but just in the last couple minutes and fairly close to the radar site, we're now seeing a little bit more concentrated. Yeah, 69-mile-an-hour winds, 66. Areas around Newkirk, Dilday Mill. Don't say that 3 times fast. Lawrenceburg. And then areas like Paris Springs, Bois d'Arc, and Willard, Missouri. I would start to get ready for another severe storm. It looks like that storm could be still producing some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Considerable threat. A little bit closer into the Springfield metro. And then we got a new tornado warning. This is going to be into Kansas. Oh, nope, it's into Colorado. Northeastern Yuma County, Colorado. Moving north at 30. It's about 15 miles north of Ray. This is for that, that newer storm that's gone up. Wow, that really developed very quickly. And actually, interesting enough, there's 2 circulations in here. It's almost kind of a left split, which usually don't produce tornadoes, but because I guess it's moving towards the north, it's more of a yeah, it's a little bit different situation because it's still able to access that warm and moist inflow on the southern flank of this. But there is some original rotation that still shows there, so we kind of have to watch both of these areas. Yeah, they're both kind of interesting areas. This is going to continue working towards the north and northwest almost into Colorado. This other cell is going to continue working more towards the north into Nebraska. There's around Champion, Nebraska. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat there for golf ball size hail, but continue to watch that area of rotation as well. That one's not quite as tight at the moment. It's a little bit tighter just a few minutes ago. This isn't crazy tight either, but yeah, there's both of those areas of rotation. It's an interesting complex of storms here. There's your one area there, and then there's your other area. If there's any community names out here. Don't believe there are. Champion and Chase County, Nebraska. Keep an eye on this over towards Holyoke. That's how you say that. Areas along Highway 6 into the Nebraska state line. Tornado warning there. That's an interesting cell. They both could produce at least $half size hail. Yeah, and this warning is for golf balls. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're producing some larger hail as well. I say that looked interesting. And we do now have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning has been issued.
In that cell in Kimball County, in also the Nebraska Panhandle, it's south and east of Bushnell, Kansas, approaching areas around Kimball. So you guys are not in that warning polygon, but keep an eye on that if you're in the Kimball area along Highway US 30. This is also a confirmed tornado 8 miles south of the Oliver Reservoir, or 13 miles southwest of Kimball, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado. So now a new tornado warning and emergency management confirmed. Not seeing it on the maybe. Well, that's I don't doubt that it's in here. It's probably right in this area here. Just not seeing it on clearly on the this could be it right there. Potentially. It's right at that interface where the clear area is, but yeah, kind of a suspicious lowering there on the correlation coefficient. This could be a view of it. It could just be dusty and we're not getting a great correlation coefficient of it, but that is our first confirmed tornado warning of the day. So now, just in the 5 o'clock hour, we have a couple different tornado warnings. 2 tornado warnings in progress, 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, a number of potential hail producer storms in northeast Colorado. We're still seeing a number of storms now severe warned across central Kansas. Right now, none of those are super imminently tornadic, but we'll keep an eye on this kind of favorable environment. Yeah, mostly a wind risk coming into areas around Hill City, pushing through areas around Hayes right now, and then down towards Roselle and Larned, Kansas. We do have more storms now coming into the immediate Wichita area. Yeah, definitely getting darker there across the Wichita metro. A couple little cell interactions. Those can always produce little quick spins. There's a little bit of a spin kind of wrapped up in the rain in there with some different cell interactions. So you got to watch those for little quick boundary interactions, almost like Florida when there's sea breeze fronts and boundary interactions in there. But that one is one of those little areas west of the Wichita area. We also got a new warning for a storm that's gone up into western Arkansas. Yeah, that's a new storm there. That's in Johnson County. 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail, Searcy, Newton, Johnson, and Pope counties. Back up into the hills there, the Boston Mountains in northwest Arkansas. Still watching a few of those storms into central Arkansas. Let's go back here. This is where we have some considerable threat, severe thunderstorms. Looks like those have kind of downtrended just in the last few minutes, but 60-mile winds. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some pockets in here more than 60. Approaching areas around Bois d'Arc, back to Everton, Missouri, and then further back along along 39, Missouri 39 towards Miller. Some 60-mile winds. A lot of lightning also starting to show up. These are in the lakes here in northern Arkansas, and then around Branson. This is Table Rock Lake, and eventually into Bull Shoals Lake here in northern Arkansas. To watch out, there's quite a bit of lightning that's picked up in a couple of these cells in here. Not a lot of precip either, so a little bit of a dry storm, it looks like, but a lot of lightning. So those can be dangerous for boating and fishing because you don't see the big, you might see some clouds, but you don't see the big rain shaft and all that. So kind of lightning out of the blue. Wind is also picking up in this cell that is to the south and west of the Springfield metro. That's lifting towards Springfield a little bit. And the hail core has come up in that cell as well. Yeah, that's an interesting cell to watch too. Two tornado warnings. One is observed, one is radar indicated. They are in Colorado and Nebraska. The observed tornado warning continues for Kimball County, south central Kimball County in the panhandle of Nebraska. Confirmed tornado 8 miles south of the Oliver Reservoir. Damaging tornado, that's emergency management confirmed. Our other tornado warning, yeah, it's kind of a cell split. Not really a classic left split, but kind of a cell split there. And they both have some rotation on it. They were both had a little more organized rotation a little bit ago. But this one still does show some decently tight rotation in here in eastern Colorado. It's staying east of 385 right now. The other cell south of Champion in Chase County is being still warned for golf ball size hail. And it does have some broad rotation in it as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one south of Champion in Nebraska. But this is our more concerning of the two tornado warned cells at the moment. This is the observed tornado. It just has a little bit more organized look to it as well. Not crazy impressive on radar. But our radar is coming through a decent hail core and some storms to get to that point. But yeah, this is probably a little bit of CC lowering from that tornado tucked up in here in Kimball County. It's right up against the hail core too. Yeah, fairly confident that's a little bit of CC lowering from that ongoing confirmed tornado. It's a very slow mover. But there's your area of rotation in there. It's a little bit of a notch. It has kind of a pronounced notch in here, kind of gusted out a little bit. So yeah, that is likely the correlation coefficient from that. And yeah, that's going to continue lifting up towards the I-80 corridor. This is the town of Kimball. Right there. So keep an eye on this. Again, it's a slow mover south of Kimball in Nebraska, the Nebraska Panhandle. Let's see if we got a track on this storm. I mean, good news is nothing really shows up in the immediate warning polygon, but it is going to get into a more heavily trafficked area along I-80 there and along US 30, south and east of Bushnell and south and west of Kimball, Nebraska. Just close that out. Hey, Highland, how's it going? This is Aguacero weather. And I kind of have it somewhat customized, so it might look a little different just on the if you just pull it up on your desktop. But I have some custom color tables and things. But yeah, I'm liking. I switched over to this, I guess, the beginning of May, about 3 weeks ago, and they've actually had several updates since then. Since I switched over to them, and those updates have been crazy good updates. One was a back-end update. They fixed some, I guess, lag. I have not had any lag with this, but I have a pretty beefy streaming setup, so I have not noticed any lag. But they've also done some stuff. They've added a radar beam sweep and a bunch of visual updates and things. So it's pretty customizable. I jumped over to them once they added the live radar data, because they've been a good product for weather data visualization for about a year now. I think they're about a year old in April, I want to say. I think they were about a year old in April. And as part of their year update, they dropped the live radar as part of their update. And yeah, and that kind of made me switch over. Because I mean, I like the data visualization part, but I do kind of like an all-in-one suite that can do both. So they were on my radar, kind of not pun intended there. I was keeping an eye on their development in their first year, but yeah, once they added the live radar, then I kind of pulled the trigger to move over to them, just because I do like kind of that all-in-one suite. But for some people, they were fully useful before the live radar, just for the data visualization alone. Hey, ST Nguyen. Yeah, hurricane season starts tomorrow. We do have a, there is an area, I don't know if they have hurricane data. Let's see. I have to find it. There it is. They do have hurricane data. I've just got to try and figure out actually how to turn it on. Let's see. There's some stuff I'm not fully used to yet, so. Current tropical outlooks. Oh, I think I know what I have to do. Hold on. Just 1 second. There it is. Nothing in the Atlantic. There's been some hype accounts I'm really annoyed by. There's been some hype accounts. There's a lot of Gulf moisture, and some models, I don't know, like a week ago, tried to form something in the northern Gulf and pull it across like this area. And a bunch of hype accounts were posting on social media like deadly hurricane forming and stuff like that. Complete BS. Don't fall for the hype accounts. There is Gulf moisture. Some models still have, not really developing in the Gulf, but some have a little bit of a system. potentially maybe towards Highland Weather's territory out here in the Carolinas. There's a low-end chance, like a very low-end chance, but potentially something maybe next week developing here and then kind of pulling away. But regardless, some of this Gulf moisture will kind of extend across the southeast for the next couple days. But yeah, kind of annoyed by some of the hype accounts on social media. But this is not hype. This is a tropical disturbance, 80% chance in the 7-day that the National Hurricane Center Pacific has put out. It's increased in its development chances pretty significantly over the last like 2 or 3 days. It's going to be moving away from America. I don't know. Maybe I would watch it for Hawaii later, but probably too cool still waters out there. But yeah, basically East Central Pacific, it's going to be a fish storm. But we do have to start watching back towards the Mexican coastline. This area starts to kick up before the Atlantic hurricane season. All right, let's get... all right, yeah, I'll have to play around with hurricane season. I'll have to play around with all the data, visualization and stuff for this too, but we have all kinds of stuff. We have climate data. Go look at drought outlooks. Looks like for at least the next 6 to 10 days, a wetter pattern across the southern, kind of the Sun Belt, and warmer across the northern tier. So yeah, all kinds of cool data that we can overlay on top of live radar and stuff. All right, let's get back into these storms. Still seeing 60 and quarters across this area in central Kansas. Yeah, 60 and quarters. Starting to see those storms push towards the Wichita metro. They've actually, it looks like, maybe weakened a little bit. Yeah, 60 and quarters. We're not seeing those. I think earlier it was being warned for ping pong ball size hail. This cluster's kind of stayed kind of below the highest level severe. And then still seeing some really gusty winds, 60 to 65 mile an hour winds pushing to the west side of the Springfield metro. You can see this area is kind of bowing out still. I still think there's a wind risk in here. Along 160, Walnut Grove, approaching Willard, down to areas around Republic, Missouri. And then seeing new storms firing south and west of Springfield with some of their own gusty winds. Quarters and 60 there in the Boston Mountains. Let's get back up to our tornado-warned cells. We have 2 tornado-warned storms. A new warning there in western Nebraska, Banner County around Harrisburg. And then this is our nastiest cell. Potentially in here, ooh, says half dollar size, but I think there's probably lime size hail based on the reflectivity in here. There's your tornadic signature in there. Looks like it is still potentially producing or newly producing a new tornado, potentially. It may be cycling, just on the looks of it. And that's probably a little bit of side lobe. It may be actually kind of tucked up in there. Looks like that storm is cycling. So that's going to continue to be a tornadic threat just south of I-80. Kimball and Bushnell, continue to keep an eye on that storm. KC, you're going to get likely some storms in that, I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock hour. Not as big of a severe risk, at least right now in the Kansas City area. Maybe some isolated gusty winds tornado threat, large hail threat should stay west into central Kansas. But we'll keep an eye on it. We do have a new, I guess while we were going over those hurricane outlooks, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. Covers parts of western and southwestern Oklahoma and across the Red River into, I guess that's north central Texas, Vernon, Crowell, Childress, Quanah, and then over towards Mangum, Hollis, Hobart, Altus, up towards Canadian, Wheeler, Wellington, and Arapahoe counties. Yeah, a couple different warnings in there. I'm still watching that cell near Childress. That has gone a little bit more impressive there with ping pong ball size hail just south of Childress, Texas. I feel like it's been here for quite a while. Yeah, northeast at 15. It's still just off our camera perspective from the highway here in Childress, but that's a nasty cell. And you can see above me, far above me, we redesigned our stream just a little bit, but 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. This is also the first live stream test of this somewhat redesigned streaming setup, so hopefully there's no major visual glitches. There could be, but there we go. It looks, at least on my end, things look pretty good on the streaming setup. Oh, no worries, Stones. You should be good. Severe risk right now is minimal across Kansas City. There's strong storms in southwest Missouri. Those are not headed towards Kansas City. And by the time any of this out in central Kansas gets to Kansas City, it should be less of a severe risk. Potentially by 10 to midnight, you might get some storms in the Kansas City area. Isolated damaging wind would be the main risk there for Kansas City. But most of the higher end severe risk should stay out to your west. Yeah, Kansas City under a marginal risk, level 1 out of 5. Tornado risk stays out across central Kansas into right where our tornado warning is at the moment in western Nebraska. Same for wind. Mostly stays into central Kansas, and then hail stays back here. I mentioned it on the stream when the stream started. I'm still surprised the Storm Prediction Center hasn't put at least a 2% tornado risk down across western Oklahoma. I think I said that at the very beginning of the stream. I would probably match generally the slight risk with that tornado risk, just kind of extending it down. Yeah, if I was drawing that, that would be my tornado risk. A low end 2% chance, I think, of a tornado does extend across the... Why is that not? That's why. I think this area does have a 2% chance of a tornado risk. 2% chance in 25 miles. Let's see. Get the details of this new severe weather watch across Oklahoma. Yeah, here it is. Parts of Texas and Oklahoma until 11 p.m. Scattered hail up to 2 inches possible. Scattered wind gusts 70 miles an hour possible, and frequent lightning. And yeah, seeing 2 new storms. One near Childress, and then one along I-40. That is near Shamrock, Texas. Hail in 60, and hail in 60, basically ping pong ball size hail and quarter size hail. See how those look in a few minutes. The one is approaching our camera perspective in, where is that? At the Oklahoma border. This is looking east, so it's looking away from that storm. Yes, I know the tag on there says west, but the normally east-facing camera has been down for, I don't know, months at this camera position. So I believe Oklahoma has just turned their west-facing camera to the east, which is a little bit annoying because I would actually like to point west and see that storm at Shamrock, but we'll leave that for another day. Hey, Storm Team 41, how's it going? Okay, nothing changed, they're just re-upping that warning. This is aguacero weather. And I do have it a little bit customized. Who else asked that? Highland? Yeah. Oh, it switched it. Okay, they're going to continue. It's a very small warning. They're going to continue that tornado warning section of the storm in Kimball County, Nebraska. Interesting. It's a bad warning. This area of rotation is about to actually leave the warning polygon. I try not to criticize the National Weather Service too much, but broad rotation is basically at the end of the original warning, and instead they've re-upped it to the south and west again. It probably needs to get extended out to the north and east. Not sure why they've re-upped it over the same location instead of putting it out towards the north and east, but either way, if you're in southwest or south central Kimball County, still a really nasty storm. At least ping pong ball size hail, if not a little bit higher, based on yeah, I guess ping pong probably a good warning there for the ping pong ball size hail. A couple other hailstorms there into I guess that's the Nebraska Panhandle, and then we've also had some newer storms go up into western parts of Nebraska. Keeping an eye on these, they are in a tornado watch, so we'll keep an eye on these. A decently favorable environment. This one earlier near Champion had a little bit of spin in it. We're also seeing this tornado warning continuing there. Well, that cell looks a lot less pronounced than it was. Looks like there's some cell mergers going on. That's going to bring down that area of rotation. Yeah, that kind of cut off the meso. It looks like that cell merger. A few minutes ago, you can see backing this up, they had actually two areas of pronounced rotation. And as those have lifted to the north and northwest, significantly less right now. And I don't know if it, it auto-translated because aguacero is Spanish for downpour. So when I type that into the chat, enable the radar, the radar sweep. Let's see. Oh, perfect. They've updated it already. A little bit of shade towards other stuff. Aguacero weather has had more updates since I have switched over to them than some radar products have had in the last like 2 or 3 years. One of their latest one of their latest product updates, they added the you can click on you click up at the top, you'll get the radar, and then this is your radar customize. Almost everything in Aguacero weather is customizable, but you would hit enable radar, and once you hit enable radar, you'll get, at least on my level. So yeah, Storm Team, this might be part of one of the paid tiers. But one of the newest things is when you enabled radar, you could enable the broadcast sweep, which I appreciate because you can kind of see the range of the radar then too. The only thing I didn't like is it sweeps. This isn't a true sweep. The radar updates every couple minutes. So when it's not updating, it's just kind of a visual look. But this is a feature that I did want. It's a radar sweep on new scan only. So I am actually going to
this tornado warning
add that
has been
one.
Upgraded.
So now you won't see the sweep all the time, but now it'll visually show when there's a new scan. And yeah, there's a free tier to try it out. You can try it out free. Then there's a fairly reasonably, I think it's called their enthusiast tier, that gives you most of the stuff that you need. And also you can save your customizations. I have a bunch of customizations on the map settings and stuff all customized. But yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. It's highly customizable. I know some people love this on one of the other radar products out there, but they also just added the CWAs. So now you can actually see the county warning areas for the different National Weather Service offices. That's a big thing. Oh, cool.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
Flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, for the free tier, it's one of those products for the free tier. It's a solid product on its own. And then if you want to add more data visualization and more customization, you can just go to some of those other tiers. Okay, we've lost our other tornado warning. Yeah, so this storm has been extended as a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is that storm that we were saying not imminently tornadic anymore. They've dropped the warning there in eastern Colorado. That's Yuma County. And then continuing this very small tornado warning. Oh, an interesting little detail I noticed on the Aguacero weather. If you click on a warning, you'll get, usually you'll get 2 radar sites. And this is an interesting feature that I noticed after I did it for a while. The first radar site is the closest of the 2. But sometimes it does help to have multiple radar sites in case there's a backup or in case you want to see stuff from a different angle. But that is nice to know that, yeah, the first one is your first closest radar. Hey, Kelly, how's it going this evening? Hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Oh, yeah, this is the... Okay, they've observed it again. Observed tornado near the Oliver Reservoir, 11 miles southwest of Kimball, northeast at 10. Damaging tornado, ping pong ball size hail. Let me see. They've also added a search feature that's really, I think that's on the free tier too, up towards the top center. You should be able to see a search city feature. Oliver Reservoir is not a city, so it doesn't come in. So still seeing, this is, I think, the second tornado that has been observed in this Kimball County storm. We'll keep an eye on it. Looks like there is other rotation that is picking up to the north of the warning polygon. So we'll continue to watch that as it pulls up towards Kimball. Back to our other storms in southwest Missouri. These things are cranking pretty good still. Flash flood warning now for those areas around Dade County, Missouri. Good news is some of this may be that we're right around the radar site, so this may look a little weaker than it was earlier. But it isn't being more considerable threat anymore. So severe thunderstorm pushing through the Springfield metro in Missouri, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, a lot of thunder and lightning. But yeah, not seeing the considerable threat storm like we did earlier. Oh, wow. Way down here, eastern Pecos County, Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning there. That's going to be for some larger hail along I-10 near Iran, Texas. Yeah, golf balls and 60. That's moving northeast at 30. This part of the Big Bend, Texas area starts to really get cranking late May into June and July. And then still seeing those golf ball size hails. Well, this has come down a little bit near Childress. Maybe some golf balls in there. And some small hail around Shamrock. That is along I-40. Let's see if we can get up that way. Wow, it must be a very small cell. Yeah. This is the Shamrock interchange in Texas, and it's dry. So the Shamrock is not actually getting rain right now. So it's just west of there. McLean is probably too far to the west, but that's a look at that tiny cell. So there's a bit of a rain shaft you can kind of see straight on the highway. So severe warned cell, but it's a very small cell. Pushing 42,000 feet though. And this cell near Childress is still kind of holding its own around 44,000 feet. Go back to our observed tornado warning, continuing there around the Oliver Reservoir in Kimball County. At least visually on radar, it does not look as impressive as it did earlier. Yeah, and you can see it looks a lot less, kind of this little embedded kind of supercell that just sat over the same area. It's actually still basically just sitting there, but it's just not as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Wow, wouldn't be surprised if there's a flash flood warning needed here. This is a 30-minute loop. And it hasn't really progressed that much. Actually going to extend and slightly push it north, that little severe cell that we're seeing there at Shamrock, Texas. That does go to the Oklahoma state line. But I don't know if that cell is going to get there. Maybe. These two cells are basically right along the dry line, so maybe just a little too dry right there. We'll see. They did the same thing. They're re-upping the warning and shrinking it a little bit just to the area southwest of Childress, Texas. And 15 miles to the northeast is generous. That is a generous forward motion there for that storm. We do have severe thunderstorms that are possible all the way up to about Sturgis, South Dakota. There's a bunch of storms up in western South Dakota, but none of those are severe at the moment. Yeah, most of those are not severe at the moment until we get down to this area around Ogallala. Radar indicated 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Chardon, Nebraska, still under a flash flood warning. We had a lot of heavy rain over there. I think it was about 3 inches of rainfall. So continue to stay away from the flooded roadways and turn around, don't drown. And then seeing more of a cluster maybe starting to develop here in western Nebraska. We'll see if it starts to make forward progress. That's a 30-minute loop, though, and it hasn't moved much. Yeah, we've had this tornado warning is observed. I'm not sure it's still on the ground, just based on the look of everything. We haven't really seen much in the way of correlation coefficient drop. It's in here. It's still kind of right in this area. Does not look as impressive as it did earlier. So I think we've had maybe 2 or 3 tornadoes in this area here in central Kimball County. At least 2 were observed by emergency management. And then in our tornado watch, we've only had, actually, technically, we've not had any warning in our tornado watch area across western Nebraska, but storms are just starting to fire there. Seeing a severe warning cell there around Arthur, Nebraska, and then severe warning cells back along US 6, Hayes Center, and then Chase County, Nebraska. All those are $half to golf ball size hail. And our other tornado warning cell was in eastern Colorado and Yuma County. That has gone below tornadic limits there as it approaches areas around Holyoke. And then in Kansas, we have an arc of severe storms, strong to severe storms across central Kansas, near Jennings, Logan, Hill City, and then pushing along the I-70 corridor around Russell, Kansas. Actually, and they just re-upped that warning. Considerable threat. Observed considerable threat there for a 68-mile-an-hour wind gust. Yeah, there's going to be pockets of gustier winds. That's around the Norton area in northern Kansas. And then still seeing some stronger storms just north of Great Bend, Kansas. Looks like the strongest part of the storms have stayed west of downtown Wichita. But this cluster storms, 60-mile-an-hour wind observed, less than quarter-size hail. So the hail has come down on these storms. And this is another kind of multi-cell cluster, so not everybody has the same experience here. If you're in one of the stronger cores, you may get some small hail and you may get some stronger winds. But for the most part, that has stayed west of downtown Wichita. That cell is so small that if you're in Shamrock, Texas, and you're looking east like this, you may not even know there's a storm, but yeah, this is basically right next to that storm, but it's sunny outside, so very small storm across Shamrock, Texas there. And then seeing a cluster of strong to severe storms across southwest Missouri. Those strong winds are pushing through the Springfield metro. This is a little more disorganized than it was earlier as well. But there's kind of your leading edge of those stronger winds. They're pushing through Springfield right now. Aurora, Clever, Republic, Springfield up towards Pleasant Hope and Walnut Grove. And then we have to worry about the flash flooding back towards Golden City, Greenfield, and Dadeville. This is Dade County, Missouri. Flash flood warning there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some more flash flood warnings fill in along that I-44 corridor. As kind of the same with northern Arkansas, this area has had a ton of rain this week with multiple rounds and days of heavy rain. So any storms across this area are not great for flooding and flash flooding. And you can see that kind of on our camera. This is one of our cameras in northern Arkansas. First, you can see one of those storms in the distance on the top left of the screen. That is the cluster of non-severe storms over here, over the Boston Mountains. But more importantly, you can see the river, or the creek river thing, is pretty full. And it doesn't look like it's flowing that fast, but that is an illusion. And in fact, if I blow it up a little bit, this near area doesn't look like it's moving that fast. But if you look downstream, you can really see the current there downstream. So that does show that this, even though it's a pretty full bank, it does have a pretty strong current. So these are some dangerous areas, why there was a flash flood watch in effect for a couple days in this region, and why we don't need any more rain. Newest warning there out of the Ogallala area. They're going to continue that warning to the north. And yeah, this was our other warning. Trained weather spotters. Storm has a history of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in Norton County. So they're going to extend that into parts of southern Nebraska, around Beaver City, Nebraska. The storm is again moving to the north. So dangerous storm, history of producing some damaging winds. They're also extending those storms, that cluster storms, from the Wichita area to points north of Wichita, Sedgwick, Halstead, Burton, Medora, up towards Walton, Kansas. Just a general severe thunderstorm warning there, 60 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. The storm continues to try over the Childress area and just south of Childress. I'm looking at some cameras in the Wichita area, and the storms have stayed, I think, mostly away from downtown. The roads look dry there. Yeah, here's a look at downtown Wichita, looking to the northeast. And yeah, currently dry roads downtown Wichita. We'll see if that Childress storm makes it up to this camera perspective, but so far it hasn't. And we've lost our tornado warning across the Nebraska Panhandle. Let's take a look at that storm again. Still seeing a strong storm in here near Bushnell and Kimball County. Still seeing a little bit of broad rotation, but that storm has gone below the tornadic limits. We'll see if any new rotation kind of tightens, but right now that's a little bit more of a cluster or a line segment. We'll see if that starts to maybe move. That would be really nice because that storm has sat there for quite a while. All right, I'm going to get a drink refill since we have no current tornado warnings in effect. Okay. Grabbed a water refill, grabbed a snack, got dinner organized, so we're good to go. I do see, this is interesting. First, looks like we have no new tornado warnings. Let me double check, but yeah, no new tornado warnings. So that's good. Right as I stepped away, I believe there's another considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm. Yeah, 2-inch lime-sized hail around Arthur. So that is your new warning there. Continuing to watch this storm. It's had a little bit of rotation. It's kind of tried to tighten up at times. Still kind of going through some cell mergers. Storms are a little too maybe clustered together in that area right now. But we'll continue to watch some of these as they continue to work towards the north and kind of an arc of storms now that is fairly consistent down through Russell, Kansas. And yes, still seeing a severe warning down there along I-70 and especially north and west of Wichita. So yeah, pretty extensive line of storms. This was the tornado warned section in Kimball County earlier. That storm is starting to push towards the east finally, making forward progress as a line of storms. It's bumped up to about 25 miles an hour from basically stationary a little bit ago. But yeah, that's one of our more damaging storms right now. The other storm also observed near Norton, Kansas, with a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier in Norton County. There is looks like a little more pronounced area of wind, kind of on the northern edge of that storm. Yeah, they're actually they're actually a little early. Some of the models had these storms going up in that 8 o'clock hour. So storms are actually still just kind of getting organized. That's why this tornado watch goes until this one 11 as well. I think most of these watches go till 11 in the central time zone. Yeah, 11 p.m. So yeah, still kind of just getting organized. That tornado watch was only issued, I believe, an hour ago. So yeah, we should see more storms. And we can actually, without a tornado warning right now, let me go back and we'll switch into model mode and take a look at how the model perceives this. So this is one of the great things for the Aguacero weather with the data visualization. I have a bunch of different stuff layered on here, but we have HRRR reflectivity. So the model reflectivity in the different colors in the background, that's your dew points. Really shows that dry line across the Texas Panhandle. And then the dry air into eastern Colorado, pushing up into western Kansas. Those storms are kind of just along the edge of that leading surge of dry air. And then extends back into the high plains there into
PBS
eastern.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, destructive haze. Lincoln, Perkins, Nebraska. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's go to our latest HRRR. We'll load that in. And yeah, to Kelly's question there, more storms are going to continue to develop out of the area into southwest parts of Nebraska, continuing into the evening, working into central Nebraska, and then also continuing to work into central Kansas. This also has more storms kind of continuing there in southwest Missouri, northern Arkansas, eventually weakening, though, by about 10 or 11. And then as these storms get into eastern Nebraska and into northeast Kansas, basically into the Missouri Valley by about 10 or 11, they should start to weaken. But still potentially some storms overnight, making it into the Missouri Valley, Omaha down to Kansas City. And this latest model run kind of slowed those storms down because earlier we looked at the model right as things were getting going on our stream, and this had it reaching Kansas City about, I don't know, about midnight, 11 to midnight. Now it has it after the kind of 2-3 o'clock time frame. But yeah, peak time would be a bit about now, which is a little early still in the modeling, through about 10 to 11. So that checks out with our watches. That's why most of these watches go until 11. All right, let's get back to our radar setup. You can just pretty easy go from data visualization. If I really wanted to, I can put it all on the same layer or kind of the same work bundle, but I don't. I have it on different bundles. That way I can switch back and forth. But if you really wanted to, you could put it, show a little bit more Aqua Sarah weather. I go up here and switch layers. You can kind of build layers of data, almost like a Photoshop type of thing, and you can turn them off and on or delete layers. And I don't know if it's going to show it great because I have it kind of cropped a little bit, but essentially you can build layers and you can add more layers of model data, satellite data, MRMS, NOAA, NATO, all kinds of custom layers. So if you really wanted to, you could put it on all the same workflow. I like to separate it just a little bit. It puts everything about 2 clicks away, but I'll take the 2 clicks just to have it a little bit more organized. Hey, Marjorie, how's it going? Oh yeah, you guys are in, there it is, Spencer. Yes, but I don't think they're going to be severe by then. It would be like early morning or overnight. I believe tomorrow has a chance of severe weather in that area. Yeah, Spencer may get some severe storms tomorrow, marginal risk. And day 3, back into the same area in western Kansas. But yeah, only for tonight until about 6 or 7 in the morning, only a general thunderstorm risk. If you get any storms in western Iowa, they should be diminishing by the time by the time they cross the Missouri River, they should be less than severe storms. Is my mic working? I see a bunch of hellos. Hopefully you're just telling each other hello. Okay, good. Got scared there. I thought my mic was busted. Yeah, there's been some heavy storms. Oh yeah, you guys still have some storms around. Rain storms. There's also been some heavy storms across the Missouri Valley or the Mississippi Valley today. I think those are winding down across the St. Louis area. And we should see a generally decrease of these kind of air mass thunderstorms across Arkansas and the southeast. Looking a pretty good hailstorm. This is west of Archer, Nebraska. A little bit of rotation also in there. That storm has tried to rotate a few times. It just kind of hasn't gotten fully act together. It had some cell mergers and cell interactions, but that is a storm to watch with some rotation in there. Probably a little bit of that is side lobe contaminated. There's some other areas that do have some rotation in these cells, but yeah, they're a little bit too compressed into each other for the minute. And then we do have that 70-mile-an-hour wind risk pushing into Nebraska. This is an observed risk south of Arapahoe and Edison along Nebraska Highway 89 to the west of Stamford, Nebraska. And still seeing the observed considerable threat there in that is Newton County. I believe that is around the town. Oh, Norton, sorry. Norton County, Kansas, especially north of Norton. That's where there's still a damaging wind risk there. The storm has some hail, up to about ping pong ball size, and then that damaging wind risk. Thanks, Stones. Yeah, I just got scared there for a second. Still seeing storms in central parts of Kansas. Quarters and 60 approaching Wilson. Down to the areas east of Albert and north of Great Bend. Wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some flash flood warnings in this area. There's new storms that have gone up, showing some hail and wind near Kingman, west of Wichita, and also north of Wichita up towards Halstead and Newton, Kansas. Looks like we've lost that cell that was severe warned around Shamrock a little bit ago. We still have that severe warning around Childress, Texas. Still south of Childress. So it's still south of this camera, but it is starting to rain a little bit on this camera, which is interesting because the sun is out. A lot of roads in there, but not a lot of towns. So yeah, that heaviest part of that storm is staying south of Childress. They just also backed the hail down. 1-inch diameter hail. It's quarter size hail. And then they've also extended that automated weather station observes 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail in that cell south of Arapahoe. Had a couple tornado warnings today, a couple observed tornadoes in the Nebraska Panhandle, and then a couple other tornado warnings in Kansas so far. The Weather Prediction Center is also highlighting an area to watch. Let's see. Like I mentioned earlier, this area in the Nebraska Panhandle, northeast Colorado, has had a lot of storms that haven't moved that much, so they are watching for isolated flash flooding into the evening. It's kind of just north and east of the low pressure, the surface low. And let me check latest from the SPC, Storm Prediction Center. Like especially if there's a down moment without a lot of tornado warnings, I do like to check the Storm Prediction Center because they do put out stuff every now and then. Okay, nothing too new there. Okay, still watching those storms. Isolated severe cells for large hail, still possible there in Texas. It doesn't look like a watch is going to be issued. The Storm Prediction Center is watching it, though. Low chance of a watch since the Storm Prediction Center said that intense thunderstorms appear possible, but fairly isolated through the late evening across the Big Bend region of Texas, Sanderson and Ozona. And look at that, just perfect timing. Just as we're talking about it, Pecos and Terrell County, Texas, there's a new warning there, 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. So yeah, we may get a few severe warnings out of that area, but generally isolated. The storms across the Springfield area have basically gusted themselves out, it looks like. So we're seeing you can see the wind surge is actually out ahead of the precip in here. It's not an organized, line segment or anything, so that's going to just continue to really kind of degrade across the Springfield area. Still some stronger storms back here, Aurora, Miller, and back towards Neosho and Granby, south and east of Joplin. Keep an eye on these. I wouldn't be, again, surprised to see some flash flooding potentially in these areas. And yeah, this is another area we'll kind of keep our eye on as storms sink across some of those more summery spots into northern Arkansas, the lakes here, and into areas in South Missouri around Branson. That storm near Arapahoe is going to continue to get a progressive warnings as it moves towards the north. It's going to surge across the US 6 and US 34 corridor. Arapahoe, Edison, continuing there, a warning there for Gosper and Furnace counties in south central Nebraska. Good news is that warning is extending out for 60-mile-an-hour winds and not the considerable threat that storm had earlier. This is the cell into western parts of Nebraska. Perkins, Lincoln, and Hayes counties, southwestern Nebraska, destructive severe thunderstorm. And that was for baseball size hail. That's the largest hail that we've seen so far today. 16 miles northwest of Hayes Center. That is moving north at 25. Baseball size hail was reported at Lincoln and the Hayes County line along Highway 25. Okay, so yeah, that's right in there near Wallace, it looks like. Pretty dangerous cell that's approaching the areas around Wallace. There's another hail core producing golf balls north of there. Looks like it kind of split off from that lead cell. Let's track that out because that has a potential there for some really destructive hail. And again, I always say it during a destructive severe thunderstorm, you do want to treat this very similar to a tornado warning, be in a safe place away from windows. And north of 25, that holds together. It's going to be along a much more populated area along the I-80 corridor in about 45 minutes. Sutherland and Hershey, Nebraska. That is going to be also just to the west of North Platte. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. Kind of an arc of storms lifting up. But depending on where that you are on this arc, they're lifting more north or potentially even a little northwest across these areas in western Nebraska. Still my draw tool on. This is another storm that has had considerable threat as it's lifting up into central Nebraska around Arthur. And still seeing a little bit of a circulation in there. Let me look and make sure we're seeing this properly here on the velocity scan. Little bit side lobe, but there is a area of rotation in there to keep our eye on. Yeah, they're extending those warnings out. Any of these storms in here, northeast Colorado, southwest parts of Nebraska, and extreme north central Kansas, they really could have golf ball to isolated baseballs. I think golf ball size hail is probably going to be the more common threat across these areas, but so far none of them are crazy tornadic, even though they're in this tornado watch. That one near Arthur has some rotation to it. We'll keep an eye on that one. But they're all somewhat behaving themselves at the moment. This other large kind of complex multi-cell cluster is another storm to keep our eye on. It's mostly a wind threat, but there is hail in there. Yeah, there's pockets of some larger hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it looks like we're going to go back to Yuma, Colorado. Should show up on our screen here in just a second. But there is rotation in this cell north of Yuma along Highway 385, north of 34. This is northern Yuma County, Colorado. Looks like we're going to get a new tornado warning out for this cell. Should be populating here in just a minute. Yeah, that has tightened up in the last couple scans, especially the scan right before it got tornado warned. See the brighter reds and greens. Shows up a little clearer in the storm relative. But there's your greens headed towards the radar. There's your reds going away from the radar. Tornado kind of sits right in there. And yeah, it's kind of tucked up in this rain and hail core, but there is a little bit of a notch in there. The good news is that's lifting into northern rural Yuma County, Colorado, generally along and west of Highway 385. So continue to stay in your safe place there. And we'll see. We'll keep an eye. It may make its way up towards Holyoke in Colorado, so we'll keep an eye on that one. East of Colorado Highway 59. But these are all fairly slow movers today. Yeah, that's only moving north at 28 miles an hour, so we'll see if it makes it that far. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's kind of hazy here in northwest Arkansas. At times, you can see some of the thunderstorm details. This is looking towards that cluster of storms, slowly kind of weakening across northern, or I guess, southern parts of Missouri, across the Joplin and Springfield area. Yeah, we've lost our severe warnings. But we'll continue to watch this. It's a little bit more organized into a line, but not severe at the moment. Also, a couple of new cells that have gone up in northern Arkansas in the higher terrain of the Boston Mountains. We'll keep an eye on those two. They're getting into lake country there. So some populated areas, especially in the summertime, that are popular with recreational boating and things like that. And still watching these couple cells out near Kingman, potentially quarters to $half size hail. This one looks a little more interesting, but at least right now, not a lot of rotation with that. Yeah, it's not really a hook. It's just kind of a little bit of a weird appendage. And then we've lost our warning near Childress, Texas. That cell continues to struggle. So 1 tornado warning right now, and that checks out. 1 tornado warning, but 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're pretty busy right now. Even though it doesn't feel like it, it's just, I think, because these storms are moving so slowly at the moment, that we're not talking about, like, towns away kind of thing. Sometimes when storms are moving, 40-mile-an-hour plus, if I pull it up and track out this rotation, sometimes on a stream we have 40 or 50-mile-an-hour storms, and we're talking about all these towns downstream. But since storms are moving so slowly today, I can track it out, and there's really nothing here, like no communities out ahead of this, at least right now, in the path of that. But still seeing rotation in here. Let's see if we have any correlation coefficient. It's going to be messy because there's all the hail core in here. It would be tucked up right in here, just west of 385. There is a tornado in progress. It would be in this area here. I can't conclusively say there's any CC drop in there. Yeah, there's a couple CC lowerings, but it's so wrapped up with this hail core, at least visually on the correlation coefficient, probably not going to do it unless it's a completely strong tornado that has a really deep debris signature that's deeper than the hail. We're probably not going to visually see that in correlation coefficient. Considerable threat for large hail across the I-10 corridor. This is near Sheffield, Texas. Yeah, that one's one to keep your eye on there in southwest Texas. Kind of the lone storm out there in the Big Bend region of Texas, but that is a potent cell, and again, it's in a heavily traveled area. Another strong storm. This one has had a severe warning for a while too, near Ogallala, southwest parts of South Dakota. That's up along South Dakota 41. Then a bunch of storms: Sturgis, Rapid City, Custer, down through Crawford and Harrison, Nebraska. Not severe, just kind of strong storms, kind of nuisance, and they're not moving that much. So again, watch for some isolated flash flooding across those areas in western parts of South Dakota, northwestern parts of Nebraska, extreme southeast and eastern portions of Wyoming as well. A couple new warnings here into west central Nebraska. Yeah, a bunch of different considerable threat warnings for base or golf ball size hail. The baseball size hailstorm has been dropped to lime size hail, so we don't have any destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Rotation's picking up in this little kind of embedded supercell, though. We'll keep an eye on that one. Probably some hail contamination also in this. But there is
A
some
new
broad
flash
rotation in
flood
there.
warning has been issued.
Oh, that makes sense. They're going to warn that Pecos and Terrell County storm for flash flooding. Really, anytime you have storms that are kind of slow moving storms, kind of a multi-cell cluster in this arid environment in Texas, you're going to get flash flooding potential. Only an inch of rain and potentially an inch more, but in this area, an inch of rain is quite significant. So yeah, that's Sheffield, Texas, between Fort Stockton along I-10 and Ozona out to the east. Those are some of the larger communities out there. But yeah, there's so well east of Fort Stockton, but it's the same county, Pecos County. Those storms continue to work north of Wichita. Here's one of our new radar scans. That's cool. I like that. Instead of just going around and around, we get the radar scan when it's an actual new scan. And yeah, you'll see the radar data change. That's cool. All right, cool. Very cool. That's working. A little bit of broad rotation kind of showing up in this cell. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, a little bit of rotation in here. Murdoch along Highway 14 and Highway 54. See if that tries to organize. So far, it hasn't. And yeah, this is kind of what the model showed. It's a little bit earlier than the model showed, but a arc of strong to severe thunderstorms pushing into western Nebraska. And also central Kansas right now. They're re-upping the warning surrounding this tornado warning for the hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The tornado warning is going to continue. Still seeing rotation in here. It's a little bit broader than it was, but there still is rotation. We can try and see it on correlation coefficient. Still is a little bit of a deeper CC value in there. That could be something, but still seeing radar indicator rotation. It's hard to tell. Visually, that rotation being tucked up into the rain is a really hard one to tell. Some new tornado or new severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to see if we have any. I don't think any of the tornado warnings that we've had have been spotted by a
A new
storm
flash
chaser.
flood
We've had some
warning has
storm
been issued.
spotters. Those are sometimes different than storm chasers.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
They are going to re-up the new tornado warning, though, for the same cell. And that makes sense. It's still a dangerous cell. There still is rotation in there. No, I don't see any storm chaser reports of tornadoes. So some of these may have been in pretty remote areas with some storm spotters, but maybe not a distinct tornado report. And good news is because most of our tornadoes have stayed in some of the more remote areas, I haven't seen any tornado damage reports. So that's a good thing. Yeah, they've continued that tornado warning. They've extended it out, moving north at 15 miles an hour, north central Yuma County, Colorado. Still moving north at 15, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. So they've upped the hail, I believe, on that warning. And that is our only tornado warning. Otherwise, we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly clustered into that southwest Nebraska
A new
and
tornado
Kansas area.
warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's the re-up on that, extended out another 30 minutes. Because it's moving so slowly, I think they maybe tightened it up a little bit, but it's still basically the same area. So that's the one unfortunate thing today is if you've been under a tornado warning, you've been under one for a few minutes because yeah, the storm is just kind of sitting here. It looks like the original area that was tornado warned has broadened, but there's still broad circulation in there. Yeah, there is a ton of warnings. The good news is if you're east of here, like towards the Omaha, Kansas City area, they're not making forward progress. They're all moving 20, 25 miles an hour. But most of these are considerable threats for some larger hail and also damaging wind. Still some broad circulation showing up around Arthur area. Another area that has a little bit of side load, but some broad circulation also showing up. Boy, not many communities out here. South and east of Archer, Nebraska. We have gusty winds, pockets of hail in there along the I-80. That's going to be west of Sutherland. And then south of Sutherland, lime-size hail,
A
observed
new flash
lime-size
flood
hail.
warning has been issued.
And then also south now of North Platte, Nebraska, and Maxwell. Considerable threat there for golf ball size hail and damaging wind. Yeah, this is all starting to push up towards the I-80 corridor. So North Platte, Maxwell, Hershey, and Sutherland. You guys are about to get on some severe weather. Not a lot of pronounced rotation on those, though. Still seeing that strong cluster storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds lifting north of Arapahoe. It's approaching areas around Stockville and Eustis, Nebraska. Storm motion's a little different than most of the streams we cover, too. Most of this is moving kind of north right now across western Nebraska. And then more here, Stamford over towards Franklin, coming up towards Holdridge, Nebraska, quarters and 60 there. A little bit of a eastward moving cluster in north central Kansas, around the Lincoln area, Ellsworth, and then approaching areas just to the south of Osborne, Kansas, along Highway 14. Keep an eye on you guys there, quarters and 60. Kansas storms are fairly behaved at the moment. This storm looks like it's maybe marginally severe. Peabody over towards Gossel, north of Wichita. These storms are a little feistier west of Wichita. A little bit of broad rotation in that lead cell. Kind of keep an eye on that one. Those ones could have, ping pong to golf ball size hail potentially in those two cells, Arlington to Kingman, and then Kingman up to about Yoder. especially that lead cell that's near Pretty Prairie, Highway 14 and US 54. That's kind of a decent hail core showing up in there. Let's see what that looks like on ZDR. Yeah, there's a pocket of looks like some larger hail in here. See if that shows in correlation coefficient. It does. So checking it on multiple products, there is some larger hail. You can see it in the blues and grays on ZDR and in the greens on the correlation coefficient, and then also in those pink and purple colors on the reflectivity. Cool. Dinner has arrived. That's a great thing because I'm pretty hungry.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
So yeah, those are cells to keep our eye on west of Wichita. Friends in Bentonville, yeah, they're potentially going to get some storms. I don't know if they're going to be severe by the time they get there. Let's pull out of the Springfield radar.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This camera above me is from the Bentonville area. Looks like it's reloading. That's looking towards that cluster of storms. You can kind of see in the distance the overshooting top, a little bit of the darker gray skies. It's still kind of hazy there in Bentonville, but that's actually these storms may miss them. Let's see. Yeah, they're moving a little more south southeast. So Bentonville right in there. May get some storms later today, but the severe risk is fairly low across the Bentonville area. And it looks like those storms are generally diminishing across southwest Missouri. Cassville, Monette, Mount Vernon, Ozark. I'd be a little more concerned if I was over by the lakes east of Bentonville, around Eureka Springs, Emerald Beach, Kimberling City, and Branson. Those storms look like they're more headed a little bit south and east, skirting the Bensonville area. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I might. Let's see. Let me see how this tornado warning is going. Oh, it is observed now. Observed tornado weather spotter confirmed a tornado in northern Yuma County. But yes, it's going to continue to stay over mainly rural areas. Includes Highway 385. Confirmed tornado located 11 miles south of Holyoke, moving north at 20. That might be it. That looks like it might be a debris signature from that tornado. Potentially just a minute or two ago. Kind of tightened up, and then it's now kind of broad again. It's just west of 385. That was probably it, just a couple minutes ago. And it looks like it moved maybe north. Not seeing it at the moment. It's a weird, interesting little cluster of storms. So the old circulation's kind of up here
A
in
new
this
tornado
rain,
warning has been issued.
and they're going to continue that tornado warning up towards Phelps County, Colorado, or Phillips County, Colorado. Um, Nothing super rotating yet, but we do have to watch. There's kind of a new hook developing on the leading edge of this cluster of storms, or on the eastern edge. This is where there's warm and moist air kind of interacting, coming in from the south southeast. So you have to watch kind of both of those areas. But yeah, they're going to continue this up. Tornado observed. Phillips County in northeast Colorado. Confirmed tornado 11 miles south of Paoli, or 10 miles southwest of Holyoke. North at 20. Weather spotter confirms. Holyoke, Paoli, and Highland Center are in this warning polygon. Okay, there's Paoli, very small community. And then Holyoke is in there. So that checks out. That's going to be... It's going to be in this little area down in here. Still. Nothing on correlation coefficient, but it's kind of a weird little storm. It does seem to be generally on a broadening trend, but weather spotters still observe that. So okay, I have a weather spotter. There is a storm chaser out there. It looks like it's a small, kind of dusty rope, skinny tornado. Almost more of a land spout, but there's kind of a wall cloud. So yeah, it's a small rope tornado, at least the latest one. We'll repost that on WXCast Live. Oh, I guess when I tag myself with the at, it kind of... So X, Twitter, and Facebook and YouTube tags are all the same. WXCast Live. We're still Storm Chasers use X/Twitter, and so it's easy to kind of repost stuff. And most of them I can't share live on the stream because of copyright, but reposting stuff is not a copyright issue on X. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of a weak, probably weak, dusty, skinny rope tornado south of Holyoke. Actually, it looks very picturesque. It's in a farm field or very rural terrain in Yuma County, so it does not look like it's impacting anyone at the moment. Sidney, Nebraska, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind. That storm is finally starting to move, that cluster of storms across the eastern Colorado and southwest the Nebraska Panhandle. Considerable threat around Archer for the golf ball size hail, or Arthur, sorry. Golf ball size hail. Pretty gusty winds also starting to surge out there north of Arthur. Keep an eye on those. And then still seeing south of there, 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter size hail along I-80. Approaching North Platte, considerable threat, golf ball size hail. Looks like that's weakened though some. Yeah, those storms have weakened generally. This storm has not, along I-80. Near Paxton, Nebraska. Still seeing south of North Platte along 83 north of Maywood. That's a nasty storm. And the storm's pushing up towards the I-80 corridor north of Arapahoe. Observe 60-mile-an-hour wind north of Arapahoe around Eustis. And then Atlanta to Reagan and Franklin. 60 and quarters for those counties there. A little bit of a break in northern Kansas around Smith Center, but 60 and quarters approaching areas around Lincoln, Kansas, just north of I-70. Sylvan Grove, Beverly, Lincoln, along Kansas 18, and just behind Kansas 14. And then that camera kind of froze again. There's another look at those storms in the Bentonville area. Still seeing kind of storms around the Wichita area, north of Wichita, along 135. Weather spotters confirm there looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds. Burns over towards Canton, Kansas. And then these storms still mean business west of Wichita. They're ones to keep your eye on out here along Kansas 14. Seeing some gustier winds. Looks like rotation has backed off on those. Arlington, Castleton, north and east of Kingman, Kansas. Nothing right now in northern Oklahoma. And those storms have faded along the dry line in western, around the Childress area. Keep an eye on those and around Shamrock. Still seeing a little bit of a storm there, but that storm is below severe limits, it looks like. There's the dry line showing up. Yeah, so the dry line is in the Texas Panhandle. We'll keep an eye on that. Still could get a couple storms that fire in that area. Kind of a conditional risk. Pretty concentrated area of severe weather today. We do have one other severe storm right now. It's in eastern Pecos County. Also a flash flood warning there. That storm has diminished. It's near Iran, Texas. That's a cool shot. Here we go. This is that storm at Iran, Texas, near Sheffield, and you can see there's a rainbow showing up on the screen. Yeah, that's I-10 at 322. I-10 at 322. Must be right in here. It may be this interchange. That's looking back towards the core of the storm with the sunshine. That's a beautiful look. I do like to show the beauty of weather. We cover quite a bit of dangerous to destructive weather at times, And it is nice to show the beauty of it. That is a pretty drastic rainbow there showing up. That's pretty cool. All right, I think what I'll do is I'm going to eat my dinner that just got delivered, and you guys can watch that rainbow. And I'm going to stay right here, so if anything goes crazy, I'll be right here to pop back on. We still have the observed tornado warning. Don't know if it's observed anymore. Although this is getting a little closer to the Holyoke area. If it is, can I continue to watch that original area of rotation? It's approaching the US 6 area. And still watching this whole kind of complex of storms. We could get another spin out of this whole area. But yeah, that original area has actually retightened a little bit. It's going to be 1, 2, about 3.5 miles south of Holyoke. Yeah, right about there, 3.5 miles, 3.6. A lot of the Midwest and the plains, it's easy to tell mileage because these are 1 mile square blocks, the Jeffersonian grid that Thomas Jefferson created. So it's very easy to kind of, here's the town, and then you just count off 1, 2, 3, and you got 3 blocks, you got 3 miles. So yeah, there's your area of rotation. Gonna be a close call if you're in that Holyoke, Colorado area. You need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. It's going to be south and east of Paoli, and just 3.5 miles south southwest of Holyoke. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. There's the newest radar scan, and it's basically just coming up into the south side of town if there is still a tornado on the ground. Good news is at the moment I don't see a strong correlation coefficient. But it looked like so far it was that probably reflects the types of tornado it was. It's been probably a couple tornadoes. Rotation seems to be diminishing. There still is rotation in here about 2.5 miles southwest of the town. I'm hoping it stays to the southwest. New warning: 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat there. That's areas north of Arthur towards Mullen. Those storms have kind of coalesced into more of a kind of a multi-cell cluster. So we'll see those lift up towards the Mullen area. And then kind of a broken arc of storms all the way down across the I-80 corridor, North Platte, Lexington, areas around Ogallala and Sutherland. And then back down towards Causard, Lexington, and down to Arapahoe, Oxford, Alma, and Franklin, Nebraska. Severe warnings there. Just kind of double checking. The hail sizes have come down a little bit in most of those cells. The one exception is the cell south of North Platte. That area now being warned for lime-sized hail, considerable threat. It's going to continue working north towards the North Platte area. So continue to stay in a safe structure there. And then still seeing some severe warnings, Osborne to Mankato, down towards Lincoln in Kansas. And then still seeing that cluster storms west of Wichita, also severe warned. Looks like we might be losing that severe warning for the areas around Marion and Florence, Kansas. Check our Ozark areas. Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville staying fine. Around Berryville, there's a couple small storms. And then also north of Ozark, Arkansas. And then this cluster was severe warned earlier. It's just mostly bringing gusty winds, pushing towards some of the lakes, though. Beaver Lake, Table Rock Lake, and eventually Bolshols Lake. So concerning for any boaters and recreational activities out there fishing. Starting to get into the holidays, summer holiday season. So there's more recreational opportunities out in those areas. And these storms are sinking that way. So with an outflow boundary that's out ahead of those. So any boaters, you may encounter the gusty winds first. It's going to push across the areas around Pea Ridge, Slegman, Washburn, Emerald Beach, Kimberling City, and Branson West. And we've had a couple severe warnings at times in Florida. It looks like those storms are on the downtrend. They're going to warn that lime-sized hailstorm, considerable threat through the North Platte area. Maxwell, North Platte, Village Square, Birdwood, Beck, Big Nell, areas there along US 30 and I-80. Heavily traveled interstate there. So they've dropped the southern warning in Yuma County. We're getting to know Yuma County, Colorado pretty well, thanks to a couple tornado warnings, slow-moving tornado warnings in that area. Still seeing observed tornado. When was this updated? Hasn't been updated in a while, so I'm hoping it's not confirmed anymore. Yeah, rotation kind of briefly tightened back up south of the town. If there is rotation, it's basically over the intersection there of Colorado 22, County Road 22 and Colorado 23. And also, that's US Highway 6, east of Paoli, south of the Holyoke area, or over the Holyoke area. Actually, another rotation south of there. But that cell doesn't seem to be as strong as it was a few minutes ago. Since these storms have kind of lifted off to the north and east, you're in there towards Hayes Center, McCook, Oberlin, Benkelman, Nebraska, a little bit better situation, and into western Kansas, St. Francis, down towards Hoxley, Oakley, Colby. Things are a lot calmer there, and back towards Ray in Colorado. Severe threat should be diminished there. I wouldn't be surprised if they trim some of these watches. Observe weather spotters reported that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust around Franklin. Ooh. Yeah, there's some gusty winds in there. Pushing across the Franklin area. 60, 65-mile-an-hour gusts, probably. And then still seeing a pretty heavy storm over the Cheney Reservoir west of Wichita. Get a camera on that side of town. I have cameras in Wichita, but a lot of them face east, and they're facing away from that storm. Yeah, and some of the cameras that are facing to the northwest are too far away from that storm. Weird. That storm is in like no man's land for that storm in Kansas. Here's a look at that from the Kingman area. That looks to the west. Sometimes storms are just not cooperating. All right, we'll keep that one for a little while. Our rainbow is kind of fading across Texas, but you can still see a little hint of it. Still saying observed, but let's see. Hasn't been updated in a while. I'm hoping it's not observed anymore. The last storm chaser report was about 10 minutes ago as well. So at 6:02, over 10 minutes ago, 6:02 Mountain Time. All right. I think that storm is on the downtrend. So put these into cover mode here real quick. that. All right, I'm gonna grip my food and eat that off camera, but I'll be right here. I just don't like eating on camera. Still kind of take that from the broadcast side of things.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
And right on cue, that's when we're eating and get a new tornado warning. So actually 2 tornado warnings now. We just had reissued the one in Phillips County. I believe it is extended out too, but we'll get into that one in a minute. This one's a new tornado warning in Lincoln County, Nebraska, for this cell that is already a considerable threat for Lime-sized hail south of North Platte. We focused on this as a hail threat earlier. There's the North Platte area hail core. On the first cell is just south of town, approaching there is south of I-80, but it's the second cell. It has a weird little hook on the back side, the southern side of this cell. You can see this little kind of nubby, and that's protruded out on the back side. So it's a dangerous cell because you get the hail and the wind and all the things the storm has first, and then as things start to lighten up on the back side, you get the tornado. And yeah, it's still kind of in there, showing up in that little nubby kind of area. So dangerous storm, tornado warning there near Wellfleet, which actually had a big tornado. Was that a couple years ago? Like 2 or 3 years ago, had a significant tornado in that area. This is going to be north of town along US 83 and Nebraska Highway 23. So yeah, if you're in Lincoln County, Nebraska, south of North Platte along 83, tornado safety precautions there. And then our other cell Let's take a look at that. First, very cool here. That storm is fading on our Texas camera. This is the storm that had the rainbow earlier. Still see a little bit of a rain shaft on the left side of the camera. That storm is fading fast. And then let's see, we're looking towards those storms. There they are. The storms in the Ozarks up towards P Ridge. Not severe right now, but still keep an eye. Oh, that we do have this new severe warning. South of Ozark, Missouri, along Highway 65, north of Branson. Yeah, that storm means business there. A little bit of hail. Hail and wind on US 65 there, south of Branson. Keeping an eye on these as they get in towards the Branson area. And there's a new cell that's gone up just over the areas around Rogers. Yeah, a little outflow boundary came through. And that's the storm that we're looking at there on this camera. Not severe, near Rogers, Little Flock, up towards P Ridge, and then out towards Beaver Lake. So if you have any lake plans this evening, I would not do those. And that would be for the Beaver Lake area, as well as for Table Rock Lake, Eagle Rock, Emerald Beach, Coney Island, up towards Kimberling City and Branson, and then over towards Bull Shoals Lake. Things are clear there right now, but those storms are slowly sinking towards your area. All right, our other tornado warning is the radar indicated tornado warning for those cells around Holyoke and now north of Paoli. A weird little cluster of cells. But there still is some rotation in there. That's not even like in a cell though. That's kind of weird. Let me see. It's not really in the warning polygon. See if that's contaminated junk data. No, there is kind of rotation in there too. Along Highway 6. Yeah, there still is some rotation there between Holyoke and Paoli on Highway 6. So continue to stay in your tornado safety precautions there. That is in Phillips and Sedgwick counties, northeastern Colorado, up along US Highway 385. They're going to trim up the warning and drop the areas around Wellfleet. Yeah, so it's well north of Wellfleet by at least a couple miles, and it's working away from town. Still seeing rotation in here kind of broadly at the moment. It's almost on the edge of that warning polygon too. That's a weird cell, but definitely has rotation in it. It's not like classic supercell. It's actually jogged a little bit more towards, on the last couple scans, it's actually worked a little bit north and east. Not just the little tornadic portion, but the whole cell. So that's a weird cell. Yeah, they're going to continue up that to observed tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's 10 miles north of Wellfleet or 16 miles north or south of North Platte. Moving north at 25. Let's get a track on this one. 16 miles south of North Platte. Oh, look at that. Pegged it right on. So that's your hail core in there. So this is your pocket of larger hail. It's almost co-located with that circulation as well, which is really dangerous. But tornado circulation and large hail in there, lifting north at 25. And what I'll do is we'll track that out. Basically, kind of the leading edge of this. North Platte, about 35 minutes. And if it looks a little more towards the northeast, about 30 minutes to Maxwell. So Maxwell 30 and North Platte about 38 minutes. Dangerous storm there. You're going to get storms before that. I was just kind of tracking out the hail core and the rotation. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm observed 70 plus mile an hour winds. A 79 mile an hour wind gust was reported at Lexington Airport. This is a missed warning. It shouldn't be a considerable threat. This should be a destructive tag for 80 mile an hour winds because it's right now warned for 70, but there was 79 mile an hour winds measured at a reliable airport weather station. So this is potentially some 80 mile an hour destructive winds. Lexington up towards Sartoria, areas along Nebraska Highway 40 north of Lexington. You need to be in a sturdy structure away from windows. Make sure there's no trees around. Otherwise, if there's trees on your property, you want to shelter like similar to a tornado warning or 80 mile an hour winds. I don't believe these cells are tornadic anymore. There's kind of a little cluster, these little mini cells. They're kind of breaking up. There's some weird contaminated radar scans, but I'm pretty sure those are contaminated. Yeah, not showing much rotation at the higher elevations of the radar site, but then we kind of lose those. The higher you go in the radar beam, the more kind of funneled that radar beam is. So pull up a little closer to the camera in the screen. All right, that should be good. Interesting cell. But yeah, I don't believe those are tornadic anymore. Apparently, this was at least the Wellfleet one. Let's look at this again. Apparently, this is on the ground or was just a few minutes ago. Not visible on radar. It's a weird cell, but apparently it was a pretty classic looking cone tornado. If anyone knows, Matthew Capucci was on it. Apparently took his mom storm chasing tonight, and she got to see her first tornado. I assume it's her first tornado. So that's really cool. As long as the tornado didn't do any damage. But yeah, that is unwarned. I guess the tornado was on the ground before it was tornado warned and not visible on radar, but it was a clear tornado on the ground. Yeah, it's still kind of messy because it's on the edge of the radar. We've had a lot of that recently. I feel like we've had a lot of tornado warnings on the edge of the radar beams. That's not too far away. That one's much further. Yeah, that area around Wellfleet is about 7,500 feet off the ground level. So you're looking basically kind of mid-level in the cloud, about a mile up, which isn't the best for tornado genesis. That still may be producing a tornado. If it is, it's actually shifted towards the east, which is very, very interesting. It was going more northerly. They put the tornado warning towards the northeast or northwest, and it's actually moving northeast. So this may skip the North Platte area, but Bignell, Maxwell, and areas east of US 83 need to take tornado safety precautions. Just because you can't see it on radar, I'd still kind of be in my tornado safe space if I was in this area of Lincoln County, Nebraska. Just in case that tries to put down a new tornado. That is super interesting with that storm. It's kind of interacting with some other storms, so it may be kind of losing that tornado signature. But that's still a dangerous storm. And then Lexington, Sumner, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat, and it should be about 80-mile-an-hour winds. North of Lexington around Nebraska Highway 40. That's a damaging storm. Lost a few of our warnings in Kansas right now. Those are starting to break up in north central Kansas around Ellsworth and Lincoln. A couple severe warnings around Red Cloud. Observe 60. Thunderstorm warning there around Franklin, and then down towards Burr Oak, Kansas. Quarters and 60 to basically the state line with Nebraska. And we're continuing that Sedgwick County storm, considerable threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds, half dollar size hail. This is going to be just north of the Wichita Metro, Bentley, Sedgwick, Halstead, up towards Newton. Here is the Wichita area. This is at 135 and 53rd Street near the Valley Center area. So watching this storm as it crosses. I think the hail core is probably going to go just north of here, but we'll see. The conditions should decrease here. This is looking south, generally towards the Wichita area on 135. Continuing that considerable threat tag, that's going to go up again north of Lexington in western Nebraska. This is Custer County. And then they've also kind of done a combined warning to cover all those kind of three or four cells in here, crossing the Kansas and Nebraska state line. Franklin to Campbell, Bladen, Lawrence, Ruskin, Hardy, down to Lebanon, Mankato, Burr Oak. And they're also going to continue a kind of all-encompassing warning for those storms around the North Platte area. The one storm has diminished in intensity. The one that was tornado warned produced at least a brief tornado. But let's see. Yeah, that's going to drop the hail threat a little bit. Golf ball size hail. Golf ball to ping pong ball size hail. Lincoln, Logan, McPherson, and Custer counties. And this is another one of those warnings where your experience with the weather is going to change depending on where you are, because not everybody's going to see the same storms. There's kind of multi-cell clusters in here. A few of these are stronger than others, but generally there's kind of pockets of larger hail, potentially even up here too. Anywhere you see those pinky purple colors, that's where you get your higher intensity hail potential. Wind is kind of the same way. There's some pockets of gusty wind. One of those is coming into the hail core is coming into the south side of North Platte. So again, that could be $50 to ping pong ball size hail along US 83 just south of I-80. I don't think it's raining there on that camera. You can just see how muggy it is though. That may be rain starting to fall on that camera. That's just north of the Wichita Metro. Yeah, maybe some light rain falling right near Valley Center. The hail core that's considerable threat with 70-mile-an-hour winds is also going to be north of there. Bentley to Sedgwick. Oh, look at that. Our rainbow storm has completely faded away out there in West Texas. Storms near Bentonville and Pea Ridge are not severe. Oh, they are now. Sorry. This is looking at a new severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, it just came in, actually. Near Rogers and Pea Ridge. Quarter-size hail, maybe, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated. So it's going to be basically east of Bentonville, east of I-49. Most of this should be staying east of Rogers as well. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of popped up just in the last few minutes. But it is moving kind of south and east, barely. Walnut Hill, Garfield, Vista Shores, everywhere there around Beaver Lake. Really needs to make sure you're off the lake. A lot of lightning over the lake even. Yeah, so it's more of an issue outside of Northwest Arkansas regional area. It's more into the lake country. Avoca, Walnut Hill, Garfield, Vista Shores. Other severe storm looks like it's come down in intensity a little bit, but there is a pretty strong storm there around Green Mound Ridge and north of Bull Creek, north of the Branson Metro. So a couple severe warnings there in the Ozarks, a couple severe warnings in Kansas. Most of our focus now is across central Nebraska. And still seeing this warning here. Although I think that storm has diminished in intensity. Maybe a little bit of rotation still in there. Wouldn't be surprised if they drop that warning before it expires in 26 minutes. Hey, Storm Chaser Noah. Yeah. Um, let's see. Noah, do you have X or Twitter? Let me see here. All right, I got you, Noah. Let me let's see. I'll either send you a DM or I might do both. I might send you a DM and an email after I get off the stream tonight. But appreciate you reaching out. But yeah, I'll talk to you in a little bit after the stream, and we can discuss further. So awesome. That's why social media is so cool. They are going to re-up this tornado warning. It's a weird tornado warning. Northeastern Phillips and southeastern Sedgwick counties. It's a weird little cell. It's probably, is it low top? It is kind of a low top cell. Which is maybe why it's not showing up on the velocity scans that much. But yeah, I'll I see your email link, so I'll on your page, so I'll email you a little bit later. And I'll probably just DM you on X or something too, just to make sure you got it. And I'll send you my my contact info and stuff, and we can chat. So awesome. Look forward to talking to you further. So yeah, if you're in this Amherst area in Colorado, you definitely want to stay in your safe place, even though we're not seeing it great on the velocity scans. It looks like there is still kind of broad rotation in here. Colorado Highway 23 and US Highway 385. It's going to be north of the Holyoke area. Yeah, more up towards Amherst. So Holyoke and southern parts of Phillips County, you're good basically in, south of Highway 6. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for too. And we put out a message on X a while back about looking for a couple storm chasers. So yeah, I'm excited to get some storm chasers added. Working on maybe one or two others. I don't want like a whole thing. And that's one of the reasons I did a redesign this week. Just to streamline the stream a little better, and we can feature some storm chasers a little better, but we'll still have a lot of radar coverage. So I want to have a couple storm chasers and then a decent screen for the radar coverage, because both good and bad. A few of our competitors have a lot more clutter on their streams than they have radar. And I think a lot of people, for tuning into life-saving information, it's good to see the radar. But storm chasers provide a lot too, because there is research that shows, warning theory research shows that people are sometimes more motivated to take shelter if they see the threat. So I do want to incorporate some storm chasers now that we've started to grow the channel a little faster, just so we kind of cover both. We have the radar coverage that I know a lot of our current viewers love, and a lot of potential other viewers. They love the professional radar analysis, but I do want to add storm chasers so we can get the visual aspect. And then I think those two things combined can, when they have a nice balance, can do a lot of effective storm coverage. This is a pretty nasty line of storms still working into central parts of Nebraska. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Noah, are you out chasing this week? Or chasing's been a little bit tough this last couple days. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll look into that then too. Yeah, that'd be cool. Starting to see less of the discrete cell format, even just compared to, I don't know, 40 minutes or so ago. We had a lot more kind of a broken line of storms and kind of an arc of storms. They are starting to form these multi-cell line segments and working a little bit more northerly, which is interesting. Some of the models earlier showed this pushing a little more easterly, but right now it's headed up more towards Broken Bow, Stapleton, Mullen, like we just mentioned. And then that may put it into north central Nebraska, Burwell, Brewster, those types of areas. The worst of these storms look like they're just north of I-80 from Lexington to Sumner, Brady and points north, and then right around the North Platte area, up through Sutherland, Hershey. And storm chasers are nice because they can turn their cameras. Sometimes we have a great camera network here, but every now and then, sometimes the cameras are pointed absolutely the opposite direction of the storms. And a lot of our camera network is the state highway departments, and most of them aren't listening to our stream, although I think a couple times we've had some state highway people listening, because when I said turn the camera, the camera turned, and I think sometimes they do tune into some of the streaming channels sometimes. But we've caught, without storm chasers, we have caught, I believe it's up to about 23 tornadoes just on basically our live cameras. So with storm chasers, with a couple storm chasers in key locations, I think we can up that a little bit too. This cell, pretty nasty. Luckily, it's north of Wichita, Sedgwick, up to Newton. Maybe I'll switch the camera towards Newton here in a few minutes. Yeah, and sometimes the cameras freeze up a little bit, but some states are better with their DOT cameras than others. Danger storms still coming through the Branson area, Table Rock Lake, down to approaching the northern parts of Bolshel's Lake, Diamond City, right on the Arkansas and Missouri state line. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Not probably a lot of hail in here. It looks like it's more of a wind threat, especially in here, Reed Springs over towards Forsyth, Bradleyville. And then another strong storm over Beaver Lake in northern Arkansas. Pea Ridge, Little Flock, Rogers, up to basically there is right over and around Beaver Lake. Oh, yeah. That'd be great, because actually Ohio is one of the states that doesn't have a great camera network. They have a lot of traffic cameras, but they are one of those states that take pictures every couple minutes. And the quality isn't the greatest. So yeah. Sounds like NOAA has like the all-inclusive package there. Storm chasers, tower cameras. I quickly took a look. He does have a YouTube page, so if you go follow Storm Chaser NOAA, and it doesn't look like it's a prank. So it would have to, yeah, he's a legit storm chaser. So anyone that's on the watching, give NOAA a follow there. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I'll definitely check that out. I was going to say the wind threat is coming up on these storms near Bladen and Lawrence, Nebraska, and they have upped that warning, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Like we saw earlier, several times tonight, those bluish colors, they're coming basically towards the radar site. Those are some pretty nasty winds just near Red Cloud, and then approaching the radar site, Roseland, Holstein, Norman, Nelson, and Ruskin in south central Nebraska. Did you guys know I have a tornado there like a month ago in the Van Wert area again? I feel like that's like a tornado magnet there around Van Wert, but I feel like we covered a tornado warned storm in this area pretty recently. Might have been south and west. Was it towards like the state line, Decatur and Wren? I feel like that feels familiar. Considerable 70-mile-an-hour wind, Buffalo, Dawson counties in Nebraska. This is another automated weather station. 70-mile-an-hour wind report. Okay, maybe it was 2 years ago then. That's tough. When you do so many of these streams, the years just blend together. But yeah, that's probably right. Coldwater, south of Van Wert. That sounds right. Yeah, and that F4 in 2002. I've seen video of it. I have not looked into that one as much as I probably should have. What's going on here with this guy just parked on the exit? Might be a cop. But that's a weird spot. Nope, they're just going to keep driving. All right. Sometimes our cameras capture pretty stupid things too, like stopping on an interstate highway exit. Oh, wow. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, I need to look at more into that, the history of that storm. For some reason, I know about it. I just haven't really looked at the details of it and like the meteorology behind that storm. Looks like some of the hail has been observed in the Sedgwick County storm near Halstead, up along 135 towards Newton. So we'll continue to watch these storms. They are progressing to the north and east away from the Wichita metro. There's downtown Wichita, well south of these storms. But if you're headed north of Wichita, just keep an eye on those storms. I would personally not make that drive if I wasn't storm chasing. I wouldn't drive north of Wichita and drive into damaging hail, but if you can wait it out, I would. Check that out. That's our Texas camera on I-10. Still a flash flood warning. But yeah, those storms are backing off near Sheffield. But that is a really cool look. Yeah, I know. I think I worry personally about hail more than tornadoes and stuff because I just don't want my car completely trashed. It's stones. It's kind of slowly working east, but it's not really progressing east much. Model data did take it towards the Missouri Valley, towards Kansas City and the Omaha metro, but late overnight. But so far, most of these Kansas storms, at least right now, are not severe. It's really only those two that are just north of Wichita and a couple right on the Nebraska border. Those would be lifting generally towards the Omaha area if they hold together, so we'll keep an eye on those. But the models all have it kind of weakening. And yeah, the stuff kind of west along I-70 has really weakened already, so maybe some good signs already for Kansas City. They still have a tornado warning for this low top cell in northeast Colorado, north of Amherst. It's going to be just north of Colorado 23. And let's see if it's still rotating. Does not look like it is much anymore. I'm guessing they're just going to let that warning expire in 7 minutes. Oh, and Stones, I think you had a question earlier. How did I get into this? I think I was diagramming all those warnings and stuff. But yeah, I think we just went over most of all those warnings, so we can talk. But how did I get into this? Let's see. So I started my career as basically a sports communications and sports broadcaster, but I had always loved weather since I was like a little kid. So I was always into weather and decided to pursue sports broadcasting because it was easier than meteorology and weather broadcasting. And I was a student athlete in college, so it was just easier to pursue like the sports broadcasting side of things until I decided to enjoy sports as more of a hobby than a career, and then went back to school for meteorology. But then as I was doing that, I started to think, oh, you know what? People stream sports. I could stream weather. And I didn't really do any business side that I should have. I should have did some market research and kind of looked at the competition and all that. I only knew of maybe like 2 people that were doing some YouTube streaming a couple years ago, before I decided to like start the channel myself. I knew of Ryan, that I think everybody knows, because his channel blew up really big, and I think almost everybody on YouTube saw his channel when he was doing the coverage of the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado, and it was maybe December 21 or 22, something like that. His channel really blew up on that Mayfield storm. So I knew of him, and then I knew of like 1 or maybe 2 other YouTube-based weather streamers. David, who runs the Texas Storm Chasers channel. I believe I saw it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, David. And yeah, if you live in Texas, check his stuff out, Texas Storm Chasers. He does basically Texas-based coverage, and it's very good. And I think he may have even preceded Ryan with the weather coverage on YouTube. But basically that was it. And then it was only after I started my channel that the YouTube algorithm kicked in on my own channel, and I started to like see other people, like Max and a couple other people. But so I had no idea there was actually more competition than there was. I thought it was basically open, free, and I didn't realize how many people were actually doing it. So that's been a little bit of a challenge, because now it started as more of a side project, and then now it's kind of getting into a little bit more, not full-time because it's not making money really yet, but it's a little bit more than a side project now. So now that I'm concentrating on it more seriously, we've been able to grow the channel more, get some more professional things involved, getting some storm chasers going, kind of had time to redesign my layout, upgraded. Let's see, last summer I upgraded the weather studio, so better internet, better cameras, because when I first started the channel, I was just basically using the camera on my laptop. Now we have actual cameras, and I can even do some cool stuff later that I'm not going to do right now, but I can even move the cameras around. We have a green screen set up, so I can do some cool stuff in the weather studio too. But anyway, yeah, I probably should have did more of a business analysis before starting the channel and putting some work into it and all that, but I didn't. So we're just going to keep plugging away and continuing to kind of build up a niche. And what I've been trying to focus on, because there is a wide variety of streamers that are doing it, and now there's even new streamers since I've even started the channel. Some of them are degreed meteorologists, which is great. I would like to see more degreed meteorologists in the digital meteorology. Oh, James Spann. Everybody probably in weather knows James Spann. He still works in broadcast meteorology, but he also started his Alabama Weather Network. But guys like that helps bring all of our credibility up. if we have more kind of degreed meteorologists and professional broadcasters that are involved. I think that's a good thing. But then there's still channels that kind of annoy me sometimes. I'm not going to name names, but there's still some really clickbaity channels that are way overhyped and really kind of focus more on clickbait and just getting views and clicks. And those aren't really great for digital meteorology, but there's not really like a gatekeeper. So, and you don't want to be like a full gatekeeper. So there's kind of a wide variety. It should continue to break up as it gets towards Kansas City. Let's see. We'll see about this one. This will be interesting here. This is the end of the watch. We'll see if they add, I bet they would add a couple counties to the severe weather watch in the next few minutes, as those storms are still kind of going pretty strong across south central Kansas. But they should diminish before they get to the Kansas City area. And then, yeah, we're still seeing these storms. They're struggling west of Manhattan right now. Although, as I said that, they just warned this tiny little cell over Manhattan for 60-mile-an-hour winds. But for the most part, we're not seeing like a organized line segment, let's say that. So you might get a warning here or there, like this Manhattan storm. But in general, unless I kind of like scope and detail everything, in general, this area is kind of underperforming the severe risk right now. Glad you switched over. Yeah, and I've noticed that too. Once we started gaining followers, we've had a lot of comments like yours, Stone, that there's some of the overhyping is stressing people out and leading to anxiety and storm anxiety. So that's one of the things I focused on from the beginning, was just kind of being that clear and consistent voice. Honestly, I think Ryan does a pretty good job. I haven't watched a lot of his streams really since I started this channel, but the few streams I saw, like his Mayfield, Kentucky stuff, before I got into live streaming, it seemed pretty good. But yeah, the good news is, because there is a variety of streamers now in digital meteorology, is I do think there's different styles that hopefully fit different people. Because some people may, especially maybe younger people, may like some of the things that he does. I know he has his bot and stuff that chimes in and sometimes provides some snarky comments and stuff. And I could see how like tech-driven younger people, that might be a good way to kind of introduce them to weather. Sometimes I've seen the bot does go a little bit hype though, and the bot kind of doesn't analyze some of the radar data great sometimes, which is not usually a problem on his actual streams, but when the bot is streaming itself, it can sometimes overhype stuff. So I try to focus on, yeah, fairly kind of stable, low-key, science-based communications. And studying meteorology really took a liking to warning theory. I'd like to do even more research into warning theory on the side. And there's a couple doctors of meteorology at different universities that study warning theory and basically their whole career. I plan on reaching out to some of them and seeing if they need some research help. That'd be cool to get onto some studies about warning theory. So I do try to really pay attention to that kind of stuff and keep a kind of a calm and stable voice. And that way, when I do have a not calm and stable voice, and had it a few times on a couple different significant tornadoes that we've seen, that way, if my viewers know, if I'm saying like, go, it's time to go to your safe place, like you got to go now. If I'm really like inflecting, it's because it's a really serious thing. So I think that helps too. If you overhype too much, then people are just going to ignore the times that you really want to hype for their safety. And then the other thing I've tried to do on our channel is I really try to, like our thumbnails are basically science-based communication too. our thumbnails are not exact copies of the National Weather Service, but they basically translate to the National Weather Service risk assessments usually. And yes, the bright colors and those thumbnails that everybody else has, that pretty much everybody else uses, probably get more clicks, but I switched over to doing a couple thumbnails like that, and I just couldn't sleep at night, like literally couldn't sleep, because I thought my thumbnail was kind of too clickbaity, and then woke up like the next morning and changed it right away. But it maybe got a few more clicks, but it wasn't enough clicks. It wasn't like the clickbaity thumbnail got 100,000 clicks versus the other one getting like 10. It wasn't a big enough difference that I wanted to switch over. So I try to have even the thumbnails reflect either the discussion in the forecast videos or like the severe weather risk, like today's. And yeah, we're doing good. We've built a nice community. Some really awesome questions we get in the chat. I think we at Stones have a lot of people interested like you that are interested in weather, but also have a little bit of storm anxiety. So hopefully we can help calm that and also share some knowledge and information, because I think that's powerful too. If you know kind of what's going on more, if I'm able to help share some knowledge of storms, then I think sometimes the mystery is what can scare people a lot. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here. We're growing. We're staying true to my original goals of the channel, and yeah, I'm happy, and I like doing this, so this is cool. Okay, good news is we've lost that warning across the Beaver Lake area in northwest Arkansas. Still pretty strong storm here, so hopefully there's no people on the lake. Yeah, this camera just keeps changing, this Texas camera. Look at those storms. Beautiful. There's our other camera, still raining there northwest of Wichita. This camera, I think, has missed the strongest part of that storm, though. And we do a little bit of a Boeing line segment across southern parts of Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour wind observed by law enforcement. Yeah, law enforcement reported 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. And it looks like they are going to extend that warning out. It's going to be the northern shores of Bull Shoals Lake, right on the Missouri and Arkansas state line, just north of Diamond City, Arkansas, to Theodosia, Missouri, out along 160, Bradleyville to Smollett. I feel like there's another community. Gainesville's out here, I think. Yeah, there's Gainesville, small community out here in southern Missouri, but it basically 160 west of Gainesville, and now Branson and points east. That's your new warning. 60-mile-an-hour wind. We'll see if the wind threat picks up, though. This does have a little bit of that Boeing segment look, this little backward C shape. Nothing crazy showing up in there yet, but we'll see. Especially on this leading edge, there's a little bit of a pocket of some brighter reds. So I'm also pushing towards Diamond City there. Yeah, so definitely if you're on Bull Shoals Lake, you need to get off the lake. It's time to call it a day. Check out OKC, making sure. We had 2 severe storms. They didn't really fully organize. So we'll see if anything else develops in western and southwestern Oklahoma, but that conditional threat along the dry line is kind of holding right now. And yeah, they've added another warning for that other small cell north of Manhattan. It's crossing the Turtle Creek Lake over towards Westmoreland, Kansas. Unless those get swept up by easterlies, those are probably not headed towards Kansas City, though. Those are moving northeast, so they're going to be, if they hold together, up towards Seneca, maybe Hiawatha. But the Kansas City area, Topeka, Lawrence, Kansas City, at least for the evening here, holding dry. $60 winds, quarters, Wichita to the north and east. Let's see if we can get a new camera on this Wichita storm. Wow, that looks pretty. It's not looking towards the storm, though. All right, Kansas Highway 196 at Kansas 254. That's a pretty good perspective of the storm, I think. 254. I think it's up here somewhere. Yeah, near El Dorado. All right, that's good. That's going to be ahead of the storm segment. So severe warned storms working towards this camera, I think. Doesn't say which way we're facing, but close enough. Couple storms in here that are severe. Peabody, Newton, Whitewater to areas north and east sides of Wichita, Park City to El Dorado, and to about Burns, Kansas. And then back across Newton. The other storm is severe west and northwest of Wichita, Haven, Yoder, Mays, and Valley Center. That one is not as strong as it was earlier. This is the stronger storm, north and east sides of Wichita.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This is a cool camera shot of those storms in southern parts of south central Kansas. You can see the rain shaft and the hail core back in that storm. Yeah, back in this area with the setting sun of the now I guess summer sun there. It's 8:30. This was at about 8 o'clock. So yeah, that's a cool shot. That was at Augusta, which is somewhere down in here. Okay, that's kind of looking at those storms. This Augusta. Yeah, there's Augusta. Okay, that's actually looking at that storm. That's cool. About 23 minutes ago. Let's see now. That storm is probably just off this camera, but yeah, that's a cool perspective. This is another camera that is a cool perspective, but it takes a picture every 10 minutes or so. So you can get a kind of look at the general storm motion, but any minute by minute details, like if there was a tornado on the ground, we could miss that potentially within the 10 minutes that it takes a picture. But at least it gives us some good meteorological views of the clouds and the structure and the atmosphere. A bit of a shelf kind of look. That one shot. I'll pause it right there. Yeah, a little bit of a shelf cloud look. The higher overshooting top above, then this is the shelf. And then back in there is the rain shaft. That's cool. And this Texas camera is just a top beauty shot that we've had for storms in a while. Just in the last little bit, we've had a couple storms outside of the watch areas that have gone severe. Eastern parts of Montana, This storm is severe for Prairie and Dawson counties. And then I believe this is Custer. Yeah, South Central Custer County in eastern Montana. Also severe warning storm there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Looks like they've trimmed some of the watches back across Colorado and Wyoming. Wouldn't be surprised if they trim more of this off, as this line is now pushing a little bit further towards the east. So it's east of Sturgis. Here comes a new radar scan in. That's cool. You can see it changing. Very cool. Yeah, still pretty strong line of storms east of Sturgis, down through Ogallala, Pine Ridge, and then into Nebraska around Rushville, Chardon, Nebraska. But those storms have stayed below severe limits, which is nice that those storms have been there for quite a while. Let's see. We can probably reposition this camera to see. Okay, that's looking towards that storm over the Beaver Lake area in Arkansas. So we'll see if we get any lightning shots out of that storm. So we went from Custer County, Montana to Custer County, Nebraska. This is the area around Broken Bow, Westerville, and Sargent. 60-mile-an-hour winds. This was the area that was considerable threat for like 80-mile-an-hour winds earlier. Good news is that has diminished. It's 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, Ainsley to near Loop City, Nebraska. That's like right in the kind of the central part of the state. Still seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds in here in western parts of Nebraska. We'll see if they extend any warnings out towards the east. It looks like these are a little bit outflow dominant at the moment. That should reduce the tornado risk for those. Except for like this area here could have, I don't think it does right now, but we have to watch the little cell interactions and merger points and things like that. Nothing going on crazy there yet, but just we've had a few tornadoes today and they've mostly been on cell interactions between cells. We've not had a lot of like discrete longer track supercells that, you know, cycle and produce one tornado and then cycle again and produce another. That has not been today's type of day. Here's a look at that storm. Again, this is the storm that's severe just north of Wichita. That's a really cool look with the rain and hail shaft on this side, and then the setting sun. You can see that a little bit better there. There's hail shaft and the rain back over here. And yeah, the shelf cloud, I think, has passed this camera. This is kind of called the whale's mouth up in here between the leading edge of the shelf cloud and then the heavy rain that picks up back here. It's a cool storm. It's a neat look at that storm. It's interesting. These storms have not really, as they've clustered together, they haven't not really accelerated because it's not really an organized convective system. It's still just kind of this arc of storms and line segments. A lot of times we'll see discrete cells organized together, form a mesoscale convective system, and then really start to, with that convective system, really start to surge east and usually accelerate. But these are not. They're still moving basically east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So that's going to take a while to get into the Missouri Valley part of eastern Nebraska. And yeah, they should start to diminish in intensity. It looks like this line in general may be starting to do that. Model data earlier showed that diminishing in that 10 to 11 o'clock hour, but the model also showed storms firing 7 to 8 and storms fired, I don't know, 4 or 5. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, I think, based compared to the model data. Let's go look at that actually, since we have no tornado warnings. First, let's zoom in and see this change in this. Ah, that's so cool. That is a pretty pro feature, having the radar sweep, and it's actually the updated radar. Oh, you'll see it down here too. Yeah, they can be, especially, I mean, we're not dealing with it today, but especially in a tornado like outbreak situation, they can be a lot harder to spot tornadoes. Even the professional chasers, a lot of them start to tail off at sunset, and certainly amateur chasers, I would not recommend being an amateur chaser and chasing tornadoes after sunset. But even the professional weather spotters and trained weather spotters, it's just a lot harder to see tornadoes at night and confirm things that they can see from further away. Okay, they're just extending that cell, that warning out in the Wichita area. So let's see, let me click the right one here. Okay. So look at HRRR. This is at 9 p.m. So this is about right. Let's see. If you're looking at models, and what I want to do is actually I want to turn off some places here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, that's a little better. I like having a lot of the city layers turned on, but just looking at the model data, we can kind of take a more broad brush approach. But, okay, the model is, I think, doing a pretty good job. I always look at that. If you're looking at model data, if you're actually doing a forecast, you do want to look at multiple model runs and multiple models. We're just going to do a rough forecast and just look at this particular run of the HRRR model. It's doing, I think, a pretty good job showing that cluster storms in central Nebraska, as well as a pretty good job showing that storm north of Lexington. There's a couple different clusters in here, and I think it's doing a decent job showing those, as well as kind of that non-severe cluster east of Rapid City, east of Sturgis, and kind of that one along the state line. it's doing an okay job showing this kind of broken, very scattered nature of the storms across central Kansas. Nothing super crazy organized. It misses a little bit down here in the Wichita area. It's not really showing those Wichita storms that well, but models don't show storms in the exact place of reality, but it's not showing really any strong storms down in this general area, so it is missing a little bit there. So as I'm looking at model data, I do kind of analyze like that in my head. What is the current and what is it kind of missing, and as well as getting right, because so it's getting more right than wrong, which every model is going to do. It's showing those storms in southern Missouri, I think, okay too. May actually have them a little bit stronger than they are right now, but so it's really only missing kind of one main component just based on the rough look of it. It's missing those Wichita storms. It has kind of the messy cluster, right? It has some of these locations and clusters pretty well organized, which is good. So we don't have a junk model. We have good data. Should be a decent measure to see what happens. Putting this into motion, it does show storms across the Ozarks, basically diminishing, becoming more isolated. This is by midnight. Yeah, becoming more isolated. A little bit of a question here in southern Kansas because it doesn't start with those Wichita storms. So do those diminish or do those go a little stronger towards Iola? We'll have to kind of wait and see for those. And yeah, by midnight, it still shows kind of a messy cluster or scattered storms, not really in any really organized sense, starting to approach the Missouri Valley. So Stones, I think it's going to be probably after midnight till storms get in there. 2, 3 a.m. And yeah, a low risk of damaging winds, but right now, storms should get through the Missouri Valley without too much. May get another batch of storms tomorrow during the day, but yeah, isolated damaging wind would be the main threat across Omaha, Kansas City type areas. Yeah, I mean, you can never say never. You never want to say no tornado, because anytime you have a strong to severe thunderstorm, you could get a brief spin up, but it just don't. The environment east of where those storms are now is just not super conducive of tornadoes in this area. And yeah, some of those storms in central Nebraska are going to push up towards Watertown and Sioux Falls by like 3 or 4 a.m. But they diminish too. Still could have an overnight wind threat in here into southern parts of North Dakota. Or sorry, southern parts of South Dakota. With that one kind of core cluster of storms that's in central Nebraska right now. All right, back to live radar. Okay, we did get our 8 Central update for the Storm Prediction Center. Looks like a couple things have changed. They've dropped that enhanced risk across central Kansas. They've also trimmed up the slight risk. It's now a marginal risk across the basically the dry line. doesn't look like things are going to fire there, which that was always a conditional risk, but it appears like we're not going to get many more storms in this area down there in Oklahoma. They've significantly trimmed up the tornado threat to this area, which weirdly has not had a lot of tornadoes today. And most of these storms are actually out of this arc of tornadic producing storm, or the most enhanced area for tornado genesis, I guess. The most favorable environment for tornadoes. Most of these storms are starting to work away from that. Still could get an isolated tornado, though. And then the wind risk, also starting to work towards the edge of the most favorable area for damaging winds. As well as the hail risk also should be coming down as those work into eastern portions of Nebraska and also eastern portions of Kansas. And then I don't think they've made any big changes here. They have made some changes for day 3, which is Monday. Back into western Kansas, back into eastern Colorado. And then a large marginal risk. Okay, so no major changes. Just checking out any Storm Prediction Center updates. And luckily, still not seeing a lot of damage indications of any tornadoes today. We've had a couple confirmed tornadoes. Actually, probably like 5-ish. We've had about 5, I think, confirmed tornadoes. And actually, kind of interesting, I think most of our tornado warnings today have actually had confirmed tornado warnings, except maybe 1 or 2. But good news is not seeing a lot of damage to them. Yeah, that's good news. Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring a couple things. They're monitoring this area in south central Nebraska and central Kansas for a new severe thunderstorm watch, since the current watch ends in an hour at 10 central. So that there may be enough severe storms or potential that they may need to extend a new severe weather watch. If they do, it's likely going to just be mostly a wind-driven severe weather watch. For residual severe weather, a lot of it could, they're highlighting, could be along some of the outflow boundaries of the storms that are in progress. They're also watching this area that we've kind of highlighted a little bit of a line segment of storms. Right now, they're mostly outflow dominant in western parts of South Dakota and into northwestern parts of Nebraska. But they're keeping an eye on those. Isolated hail and wind continues in that weather watch. That one goes to 11, so no concern about extending it yet. But we'll see. They may have to push that a little bit further east if it gets out towards Whitewater and Murdo, Dupree, South Dakota. And then, yeah, I think the other thing is that we noted earlier is that, yeah, they've dropped the enhanced risk area across central Kansas. This was the extension of this severe weather warning east of Wichita. Let's see, still seeing a pretty strong storm in here. There's your hail core, highlighted by the correlation coefficient and the ZDR. And also showing on reflectivity there in those purple and pink colors, coming up towards Potwin, Kansas, that's just north of Benton, riding along Highway 254, which is right where our camera is, actually. Look at the shelf cloud on the top of the screen here. This is the same storm that we saw from the other perspective on the other camera, but that's the shelf cloud on the leading edge of that storm out along the top of the camera. This camera must look east, but that is a well-pronounced shelf cloud. I don't know if they're moving the camera, if the wind is moving the camera, but potentially gusty winds there. Very cool look. Let's see. That camera then, yeah, is somewhere. It's somewhere in here along 254, and it's looking east, so you're looking kind of at the edge, the back of that shelf cloud from this perspective. It's pretty cool. The hail core is going to be just north of 254. It's going to get over towards the I-35 corridor near Hopkins and El Dorado State Park. And this is another storm that has kind of pockets of some gustier winds, which this may be seeing right now. I think this is in this area, so there's some gustier winds in here. Other strong storms, Peabody, Ebbing, Newton, Whitewater, Kansas. And then the trailing storm is still severe warned. A little bit of a hail core in there along 96, north and west of Wichita. It's going to continue tracking to the north of Wichita. Yeah, that's a pretty cool camera perspective. Our other storms that are severe warned in Kansas right now are these storms that are in the Manhattan area and north of Manhattan. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, nothing too crazy there. And those are lifting northeast. Should be out of Manhattan in a little while, but we'll keep an eye on that up towards Corning, Soldier, Frankfurt. Otherwise, not much else going on in Kansas. We have kind of two clusters of stronger storms, with most of the action centered on the north side of Wichita. Then we have those two little cells near Manhattan. This is the other area that has a little more concentrated, stronger storms. Concordia to Belleville, Kansas, up to the state line around Superior. And then everything else is just very kind of scattered and disorganized and isolated. Storms are slowly weakening across northern Arkansas. You can see this outflow boundary in here. Still a lot of lightning around Beaver Lake. So if you have lake plans this evening, continue to take your lightning safety precautions out towards Eureka Springs, and especially now the south sides of the Beaver Lake area. Those are all pushing away from the Northwest Arkansas metro. Not seeing a ton of lightning on that Northwest Arkansas cam. It's interesting. You'd think you'd see a little more on that camera, but yeah, Rogers, Bentonville, that area is clearing out. May get a stray shower storm the rest of the evening. And then this line of diminishing storms is also continuing to weaken. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. The hail isn't really a main threat. Here comes the rain on that camera. But yeah, mostly just wind and a decent amount of lightning still around Bradleyville, Theodosia, and Diamond City. I've seen these on our radar a couple times, not just on Aguacero weather, but I've seen it on other radar products. I believe these are wind farms out in western Missouri that, yeah, they're close enough to the Springfield radar that when the beam goes out, it picks up their reflectivity. But you can see they don't move. So those are likely wind farms, I believe. Well, let's see if we go find any. We can sometimes see in Texas, we can sometimes see bats. Here's some. These are bats on the reflectivity around the Marble Falls area. If I put it into motion, you'll see this kind of expanding plume. And it's kind of stationary out of the Marble Falls area. Those are bats. And we should be able to confirm that also on correlation coefficient. That's how these work too. These are non-meteorological targets. So bats aren't the same shape as raindrops. So they show up as non-meteorological targets on the correlation coefficient. And they should on ZDR too. Yeah, they have a weird shape, so they show up a little differently on ZDR. But yeah, those are bats in the Texas Hill Country. There's probably some other ones out here you can see. Oh yeah, there's a bunch. This area around 8 or 9 o'clock around sunset in the Texas Hill Country, usually in the summertime, you can see all the bats come out. But yeah, around Uvalde. Look at that. That's a pretty concentrated area actually showing up. Some of that is showing up in the 30s for DBZ. Pretty concentrated core bats there. So yeah, you can see some interesting stuff on radar besides just weather. Still seeing that severe warning,
A new
Dawson
flash
and
flood
Prairie
warning has
County
been issued.
in Montana. That's eastern Montana. Calhoun, Dallas, Ouachita County, Washita County in Arkansas. Okay, yeah, there's some storms in south central Arkansas. Looks like they're not moving very much. So yeah, new flash flood warning there. 2 to 3 inches of rain. And this is another area in south central Arkansas that's had a lot over the last couple evenings. A lot of rainfall in those areas. Some good news here is these storms look like they're outflow dominant as well. You can see that outflow boundary surging out across the 54, 50, and 77 corridor through Douglas, now east of Wichita. The other storm is still severe warned near Newton, but it is kind of diminishing as well in intensity. It's going to kind of merge into this whole cluster of storms out to the east. So we'll see if that does anything crazy, but it's probably going to be a cluster of storms that continues to the east-northeast. So keep an eye on this out towards Emporia, Kansas, Madison, areas along Kansas 99. New radar scan coming in. That's yeah, it shows that outflow boundary pretty clearly there. And then we did get a new warning for this storm back across central Kansas, Ellsworth, east of Black Wolf near Lorain, Kansas Highway 14. Still tweaking some settings and stuff, but all right, that's good there. Yeah, Ellsworth, Kannapolis, everywhere there south of Ellsworth towards Lorain on 156 and 14. Geneso, that's that area. Severe warning storm there. Yeah, that's about right. $half size hail.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That's a new one. Clark and yeah, we've had some storms across the southeast. So here's around Athens, Georgia, looks like. University of Georgia there. Three inches rain, potentially an inch or two more. Yeah, a little cluster of storms. Georgia needs the rain, but just not all at once. Hopefully with a little bit more of a tropical moisture off the Gulf, this area can hopefully get some accumulating rain over the next little while. Let's take a look. Yeah, this area in the flash flooding risk area there does have a pretty extensive drought, extreme drought around the Athens, Georgia area. This area's gotten a little bit more rain recently, so they've trimmed a little bit across central Georgia. But South Georgia, coastal Georgia, into the Florida Panhandle, North Florida, still has exceptional drought. So any rain in this area is beneficial, it just can't come down all at once. There's also a portion of northeast Arkansas that's also in exceptional drought, which is very interesting because western Arkansas and just a county or two to the north across the I-44 corridor in Missouri has actually no drought. So yeah, there's a very big difference here between areas that have had a lot of rain this spring and then some that have had not that many. And the trade-off I was saying on the very early in the stream is we haven't had a lot of severe weather coverage in this area. So this spring, we haven't had some of those tornado outbreaks like we've had in the past couple years of streaming that have affected the mid-Mississippi River Valley. Yeah, Stones, you'll be good to go. Just like I think you did already on one of our other streams. Just make sure you have your phone alerts turned on. Nothing crazy coming towards Kansas City right now. And I would guess these storms that are now east of Wichita, they should start to wind down. They're outflow dominant, but they are likely on more of a track, at least right now, for areas south of Kansas City. Unless they start to like really pull towards the north, they're probably on a track more like this area. If they do continue, Burlington, Garnett, maybe Paola, Mound City, if they get that far. Yeah, then you're good to go. And the tornado threat is low tonight, so not a tornado threat. Again, that doesn't mean you can never... Anytime you got severe storms, you can always get a tornado, but the percentages and the probabilities are low tonight, so have a good night, Stones. All right, let's go back and we'll take a look at the northern part of this. Still seeing severe warnings around Circle in Montana, I-94. This is in Douglas County, I believe it is, right? Dawson County. Dawson and Prairie Counties, Montana. A lot of lightning in that storm, but no warnings right now through the Sturgis area. Those storms have progressed east of Sturgis. Those are mostly outflow driven, but wouldn't be surprised if we get a wind warning or so out of those down towards Pine Ridge. Storms across northwestern Nebraska are really losing their punch right now. Rushville, Chardon, up towards Valentine. And then we've also lost our severe warnings in central Nebraska around Brewster. Still decently strong cluster there towards Stapleton. Sounds good. Have a good night. We may start to wrap it up soon too, just because we're starting to lose the punch of these storms. Sargent, Westerville in Nebraska, that warning expires in about 10 minutes north and west of Loop City, so we'll see if they continue that one. These storms are significantly weakening Hastings, Harvard, Clay Center, Geneva, some areas that actually have been hit pretty hard by severe weather recently in southeast Nebraska. Looks like those storms are diminishing right where they should be and right where the Storm Prediction Center has cut off that severe weather watch. So I don't think, at least right now, I would doubt that the current trends, they would continue the watch further to the east into Lincoln. This must be the moon on the Texas camera down in West Texas. This is still that camera that we had the thunderstorm with the rainbow earlier. That is a bright moon. And the night setting must be really good on this camera because this is in the middle of the desert. Sorry, I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted for. Just looking at tomorrow a little bit. Marginal risk, level 1 out of 5. Most of Missouri, most of the Missouri River Valley up to the Dakotas. Kind of a conditional risk back into Texas again along the dry line. Let's see. Tornado risk fairly small tomorrow, but a 2%. Kansas City down to Springfield, I guess. No, I think I accidentally hit the button a couple minutes ago. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Don't think I was muted too long there. Looks like that marginal risk is mostly wind and low-end hail risk. Okay, good. Whew. Okay, perfect. I don't know if I was muted when I said it, but this moon shot is crazy. That's the moon in Texas. And the camera must have a pretty high night setting, but that's still a pretty bright moon. And these are Wichita storms, are north of Wichita. Still a lot of lightning and heavy rain in those. Oop. I missed it. New radar data was coming out. I think it's a full moon. I remember right, but I don't know for sure, but I think it's a full moon. I can probably look that up. Yeah, waxing gibbous. It's a 99% moon tonight. So yeah, basically full moon. Okay, tomorrow is the official full moon. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to look it up too. Well, that makes sense then why that's so bright right now. Checking on that 254 corridor. The rain is lightening up a little bit there. Still some gusty winds. That camera's rocking back and forth. Still pretty good. Still pretty good core of storms in here. Cassaday, Chelsea, that part of Kansas along Highway 35. Still a punchy storm. One of the stronger storms actually right now, I think, in the country. Other than our severe warning up in Montana, which is also about to expire. I think we're about to lose all of our warnings, except for the one in Kansas still. They've dropped that to a quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think I'm going to wrap up the stream since things have really diminished quickly as the storms have worked into the eastern portions of their severe risk area. As always, if things go absolutely nuts, we can pop back on for another stream. And then we'll regroup for potentially some coverage tomorrow, but especially, yeah, a stream is possible tomorrow, especially if they uptrend any of the risk. Probably more likely a stream on Monday with a slight risk again back across Kansas and Colorado. And yeah, that was a pretty good stream. We've seen some interesting things on our cameras. We've had probably at least 4 or 5 observed tornadoes today with a couple of their tornado warnings. Some big hail, gusty winds. Been a busy, severe weather day, so I'm glad we popped on for a stream. And then Noah, I'll shoot you a message here in a little bit too. So, all right, guys, stay safe. Again, make sure you have ways to receive warnings tonight. NOAA Weather Radio is your best option. If you don't have a NOAA Weather Radio, you can get them at most big box stores.
Warning has been issued.
I think they even have them at a lot of the big like truck stops, like the Loves and probably the Buc-ee's and things like that. But big box stores have them. Amazon has them, all those kind of places. And if you don't have a NOAA Weather Radio tonight, or if it's still maybe out of your budget, at least get that phone setting turned on. Go into your settings on your phone, and you can turn on your weather alerts. And if you need a quick video tutorial to do it, I'm sure that YouTube has. Just type in your phone, type in how to turn on weather alerts or something like that, and you'll find a video on it. So yeah, stay safe, everybody. There's a couple different flash flood warnings in effect, so definitely turn around, don't drown, and seek higher ground if you're in a flood prone area. But other than that, storms do seem to be on the downtrend, so we'll wrap up the stream and just kind of get ready for more severe weather in the coming days. Thanks again, Colorado Clouds. Yeah, I feel like I wanted to cover Colorado more, but your severe weather just has been fairly localized to the extreme eastern Colorado. But we'll see. We'll maybe get some more severe weather there Monday, I think it is. Thanks, Marjorie. Yeah, stay safe. You might get some storms again in western Iowa overnight, and it looks like tomorrow maybe another round of storms. But yeah, we'll have you covered. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe on Facebook and X. It's our same handle, WXCast Live. And there we can share more, especially on X, we can share more chaser shots and stuff. So that I can't share here because I like copyright and stuff. But yeah, a couple good tornado pictures today from some chasers and spotters out there. And it does look like, I haven't seen any damage reports. It does look like today most of the tornadoes stayed in very rural areas, so we may have lucked out again today. All right, guys, stay safe, and thanks again for subscribing. We appreciate all of you.